Sorry, everybody. Can you hear me now? No, you can't hear me now. Yes, you can hear me now. So, all right. So Greg was trying to alert me, but I couldn't even see him. So Greg will come over here next time. Sorry, everybody. I'm so worried about having my mic turn on that we put some extra things into place this morning so that my mic would be muted more. And as I knew would happen, it meant that I would go live without a mic that's on. So sorry, everybody. You can hear me now? Okay. Shall we start again? Unless you could read what I was saying, let's begin again. We can do this. All right. Good morning and welcome to Maker Academy Weekend 2022. I have been reading your hellos in the chat. If you haven't said hi, please say hi and let me know where you're from. And welcome to our third day of our long crafting weekend. This is going to be so much fun. We have so many things to do today. Now, I'm starting the day a little early so I can give you some morning motivation and announce our morning giveaway winners. Because we have so many awesome workshops coming up today, lots and lots of projects. So I want to go over our schedule for the day real quick. At 10 a.m., we have our easy tealight holders. At 11 a.m., we are making a mini quilt together. At noon, and these are all Eastern time, we are learning how to put HTV on a wood sign. At 1 p.m., we have our Lunch and Learn with Cori George, and she's going to teach us how to price crafts to sell, plus more giveaway prizes. At 2 p.m., we're going to learn how to make candy holders. At 3 p.m., we're going to do custom cake toppers. At 4 p.m., we're going to learn DIY greeting cards. At 5 p.m., we're going to do another card, but this is a winter pop-up village card. And then after our workshops are over, we'll cap off the day with some evening encouragement and more giveaway winners. Now remember, you only need to enter our giveaway once, and we will check to make sure you have either a free ticket or a VIP pass to the event. You can enter our giveaway by going over to makeracademy.com/weekend links, the link you see right here on the screen, and then click on the yellow enter giveaway button. I think it's somewhere in the middle. Now, replays of the events will be available for 24 hours for free ticket holders and available for lifetime for VIP pass holders. Remember, you can upgrade to a VIP pass at any time over at makeracademy.com/VIP, which is this link right here. Now, before we dive into our workshops today, I want to offer you some morning motivation. Yesterday, we went over a lot of projects, 6 of them, I believe. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if some of you are feeling a little bit stuck about what you should be doing right now. After all, there are so many things to do when it comes to crafting, which is exactly trying to figure out what exactly is the most important thing to be doing at any given time can be a challenge. I think this is a question that we all struggle with. And we have moments of clarity, and then we get new information, and then we're like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? I think that this is super normal, and I know I encounter this a lot. I've certainly felt it this way today. So what I do is I break this down into determining what is going to move me and my projects forward. There's literally endless things that we could be crafting and making. I could sit here and design new projects until I'm exhausted, and while that might help, it might also not help. So we really need to set priorities about what is and isn't important for our homes, our families, and friends. There are things that I think we need to kind of push down that priority list, and others we need to be moving up to the very, very first. And the one that I always consider to be my number one priority is making the things for the people that matter to me the most. Greg and Alexa are at the top of my list. So identifying and creating those projects is always my number one priority, and I want it to be yours as well. Ideally, at least once a week, preferably more if you're able to, you are creating something for yourself and those you love the most. It's a priority over how nice your craft area looks. It's a priority over learning a new thing, right? This is really a big deal. The second priority, which is really pretty equal, I would say, but it's tied into that first one, is displaying the things that you've made so you can see and enjoy them. All too often, crafters make wonderful and beautiful things, but nobody ever sees them because there's not enough time or There's no priority set towards displaying the finished product. Can anyone relate to that? So it goes into a bin for later, or it doesn't get framed. It doesn't go up on the wall. I'm totally guilty of this too. And perhaps you just think you needed a little extra. Don't do this. Get your projects up and out there, hang them up, set them out, and let the light shine on them. And this also means taking photos of them and sharing them with others who can appreciate the beauty that you brought into the world. So, and then share them with me because I love them. So those are the two big things that I spend my vast majority of crafting time on, like my personal crafting time on. Everything else gets filled in after those priorities, right? So determining what those things mean to you will be an ongoing process, but those things should be one of those two categories, really needs to be one of your one thing for the day. Remember yesterday I told you about the one thing? So if you're doing crafts that day, that's your one thing for the day, right? Make it for people who appreciate it and then make sure you show it. I want to caution you about moving things further down on your priority list that might seem on the surface to be really important, but actually can take a back seat until you have a little bit more free time. That includes things like making your craft space look amazing. You can make beautiful things with your craft supplies in a cardboard box as you work at your kitchen table. I know because I used to do that. I did that for the first year of Jennifer Maker. So do not let your lack of a perfect space discourage you from crafting or let it distract you from creating in the first place. Just find a little space to work and you can do this. What's important is that you're making things for the people who are important to you and things that they need and want. And that could mean yourself, it could mean family, it could mean friends, it could mean your clients or customers. It'll be different for every crafter. Okay, so please do this for me because I think it's really important. All right, so, and awesome, I see you guys telling, Gwen says, I always told my students done is better than perfect. Absolutely. What I like to say is progress over perfection. Perfection is not attainable. Like today, this morning, I said to Greg, my goal today is no technical issues. Well, guess what? I've already, that is not attainable. That's what I want, and I can strive towards it, and I can get really close, and I can improve. But hoping and expecting perfection is a great way for us to just have issues and then not want to start. Obviously, it doesn't prevent me from going on. I've learned that lesson, but still, we don't want to try for perfection. It's not going to happen. All right. So we have giveaways and I want to answer some questions too. So let me bring up my questions here. And so if you have a question about Maker Academy Weekend, this is the perfect time to ask me. After we do our giveaways, I will answer some questions and then we'll have a short break so we can get set up for our first workshop, which is our easy tea light holders. And then we'll begin at the top of the hour. So in about 20 minutes. All right. So first, let's do giveaways. We have 5 giveaways. Let's get out all of our golden envelopes. Oh, and I should also pull over the actual prizes so you can see. I need to get better in the habit of showing you what we're giving away. There, can you see that? Yes. In fact, there we go. Okay. You can see we have awesome things, including a printer. All right. So the first thing that we are giving up, giving out, not giving up. We are not giving up. Oops, pull this back a little bit so I can get to all my buttons. Okay. So the first thing that we are giving out is our scholarship to Sublimation Startup. Have a little thing here. Okay, so this is my course on getting started with sublimation for anyone who is curious about it. You can find it over at sublimationstartup.com. So let's do our little giveaway. All right, the winner of our scholarship to sublimation startup is Richard Manye. Richard, congratulations, Richard. We'll send you an email within 48 hours. Please reply. We'll send you an email. Please reply within 48 hours of getting our email to claim your prize. My sublimation startup walks you through the process of choosing, what kind of sublimation you want to do, and then setting everything up and all that good stuff. And we do a project together too. All right, our next prize is a $50 Amazon gift card. Ta-da! All right, let's see who won this prize. It is J. Swami Nathan. I apologize if I'm getting your name wrong. Congratulations. And I see the email address starts with Swami, so I'm going to use that. Congratulations, Swami. You are the winner of our $50 Amazon gift card. We will send you an email. Please reply within 48 hours so we can send you all the details. All right, our next one is for a VIP all-access pass to Maker Academy Weekend 2022. And this gives you access to all of our workshops indefinitely, right? So plus a bunch of other awesome bonuses like all of our workbooks. I saw some people asking about this. So we created workbooks for every single one of our workshops, right? So here's all the details, how long it takes, a simple list of all the supplies, and then all of the step-by-step on how to do everything, right? It's all in here. And you can print it all out. And this is actually the one for our very last workshop that we're doing at the end of the day tomorrow on how to make a tea towel, how to put your own recipe on a tea towel. So I can't wait to show you this workshop. All right, so the winner of our VIP All Access Pass for our 2022 event is Adria Swain. Congratulations, Adria. Please watch for our email and reply within 48 hours. All righty. And we have two more left. Our second to last one is a scholarship to Cricut College Design to Shine. This is my course on how to use your Cricut. And it is a super fun course. And this is the Platinum Scholarship. So it includes all the things, all the bells and whistles. All right. The winner of our Cricut College Design to Shine Scholarship is Cynthia Garcia. Congratulations, Cynthia. We'll contact you by email. Please get back to us within 48 hours. Thank you, everybody, for congratulating our winners, too. I really appreciate it. And our last one for this morning, we'll have more giveaways again at lunchtime, is, ta-da! It is an Epson Eco Tank bundle that's intended for sublimation, right? So it's intended to be converted to sublimation. So we've included ink. We have Hippo ink, which is an awesome, this is the same ink that I use, our Hippo ink, and it's got a sub paper, also the same paper I use, and some blanks for you to get started with. So super fun. Did I get everything? Yes, I did. So this is really cool. So tomorrow afternoon, we're going to be going into more sublimation, infusible ink, stuff like that. And so you'll learn more about that if you're new to it. We're talking about it in general. It's a very fun craft that I love and I've been doing more of this year. Okay, so our winner of the Epson Eco Tank bundle, and by the way, we have other ones to give away too, so we have other bundles, sublimation things, is Amber Bertollet, I think. Congratulations, Amber. Please watch for our email and reply within 48 hours so you can claim your Epson Eco Tank and convert it to sublimation and have fun making awesome things. All right, and I see that we have some questions. Remember, you're more than welcome to ask me questions right now. We have about 5 minutes before I need to stop and we reset. Okay, so Linda says, are all the prizes already picked? Do I have a chance? No, you totally have a chance. All the prizes are not picked. We don't pick them until before we do our giveaways, right? So you can totally still enter, and you can enter over at makeracademy.com/weekend links. Be sure you have your free ticket also. You can get that ticket right on that page if you don't have it for any reason. So, because we'll check to make sure, because these prizes are for those of you who have said, hey, I want to be a part of Maker Academy Weekend. So definitely have that. Janice says, does the VIP pass only give access to the Academy weekend stuff? Yes. So the Maker Academy weekend VIP pass for 2022 gives access to just Maker Academy weekend 2022, not access to our other courses, not access to any other workshops that aren't a part of Maker Academy weekend. I will note, however, that anyone who might be interested in last year's workshops, when you go to purchase your VIP pass for this year, there's actually a super discounted price for last year's workshop if you want to get it. So, and a number of you have. We actually have 15,000 people who have gotten our VIP pass. Thank you so much to each one of you. I really, truly appreciate your support. And those of you who can't afford it, it's totally okay too. I'm just happy that you're here with us and learning things. It's a very big deal to me. This is why I do things the way I do. This is why my designs are free. So this is why I broadcast this free for 24 hours. I want everyone to have the opportunity to make our designs. Susie asks if you have to re-enter the giveaway every day. Nope, just enter it once. That's all you need to do. No multiple tickets for this one. Just a nice, simple one-time entry for our giveaway. Dave says, did you make the Amazon gift card box? I did not make it. Isn't it cute though? I was actually commenting yesterday that we should totally have a craft, because look at this, it pops up. How cute is this? We should totally do this in one of our future workshops or tutorials on, we know, all the things. So it's so cute. No, I did not make this. Okay. What font are the winners' names written in? That's called Money Penny Script. That's one of our Jennifer Maker fonts that we'd like to use. So Money Penny Script. Teresa says, what happens to the prizes that are not claimed? We look for another winner and we contact them. So we don't just keep them for ourselves. We don't need these things. We got them for you. So we pull another winner. So that's what happens. Okay, so I need to stop now so we can get all ready for our easy tea light holders. So I'm going to put on our intermission. We will begin at the top of the hour, and I'm so excited to show you today's workshops. Fingers crossed for no more tech issues, but if we have them, I appreciate your grace and patience with me. Live video is a joy and a challenge. All right, so I will see you at the top of the hour in just a few minutes. A name is always slow to go away. Hello everyone, my name is Jennifer Maker. Welcome to our first workshop. We are going to make easy tea light holders. Let me show you what these beauties look like. You can see them right here. This is a nice, easy project, very appropriate for beginners. In fact, let me arrange them a little bit so I can see. I can never quite see them on the camera. Now it is very bright in here, so you can't see the light coming through, but we definitely have LED tea lights in all of these. They're really very simple to make. They're so much fun, and we're even going to show you how you can create your own, right? Your own style, your own design. It's really neat. And I just love to craft these beautiful, simple projects like this for my home. It gives me such a wonderful feeling to look around and see the pops of color or inspirational message or something that I've created. And these tea light holders are a perfect addition to your home decor. The tea light covers light up to catch your eye and then look gorgeous when the lights go out, which is not now, but if I could, I would show you. This project is so easy to make that you may even want to make some to give away to friends or loved ones. It's really easy. They fold flat for storage too, and they're not very big, so you have the ability to display them anywhere. Right now, you will find the complete supply list for this project over at jennifermaker.com/421, right here at the top of the screen. But let me show you exactly what you need to make these tea light holders. All right, so let me get out the supplies from the dream box. Got everything. I'm going to put away the number. All right. Nice, easy project. A great way to start our morning. We have all of our things here. Supply list. Remember, you can get the supply list. Everybody has got access to that. The supply list and the designs remain available to everybody. Okay, so lots of things here, but it's actually pretty simple. Let me get some things out so we can talk about them. All right, so actually I think what I need to do is maybe I need to have some space over here so I can set my box off to the side like this. There we go. Okay. So paper is our first mission here, because this is mostly a paper craft, which is one of the awesome things about it. Paper is so forgiving and inexpensive. So you'll want a variety of cardstock in different sizes and colors and sizes. So I've got some here. You can also, of course, use some glitter as well. Let me show you some of the glitter that we have used. So we've got silver glitter, and over here, oops, this one is closed, so I can't, oh, here we go, I can get into it. This, in addition to the paper, we're also going to, let me actually get this out because it's noisy, I know. Vellum, so we can use vellum, and the vellum is used to diffuse the light. So when you put your, let me give you an example, actually. So here is a Christmas tea light. You see how nice and simple this is, right? So if we don't put you can see we have some green vellum in here. Now I'll try to show you this at the side here. So if we don't have vellum in here, do I have one without vellum? I don't. But we would see, like, this is the tea light. You'd see the little LED like shining through. You'd see the little lights on it. But when we have the vellum in there, it just glows really soft and pretty, see? So see the lights here versus here, right? So that's what we use vellum for. Now, if you don't have vellum, you can just use like parchment paper or wax paper. You can even use copy paper, right? So there's lots and lots of options, but the colored vellum is pretty cool, you have to admit, right? So there's colored vellum that you can use. Let me put this one back up here. And then glue. So craft glue is super important to keep your lights together. And I'm using Barely Art Precision Craft Glue, which is my favorite glue. This is particularly important in a paper craft, that you have a good quality glue. I do not recommend glue sticks or anything like that. You'll really want this. Now you could use double-sided tape, and that comes in handy for keeping your tea light as sturdy as possible. If you do decide to use some glitter cardstock, you'll definitely need a glue gun on the other hand. So glitter cardstock does not play well with like this kind of glue because it's textured. So I recommend a glue gun and some glue sticks. Okay, so this is the new Cricut glue gun. It's pretty awesome. It's just it's not fancy in any way, but the thing that I love about it is that it's not dripping, so which is a pretty big deal. And then finger guards come in really handy to protect your fingers if you're using hot glue. If you're prone to burning your fingers like I am, but that's totally optional, of course. And then for our Cricut, we're going to use in this project, we're going to use the Cricut Maker 3, but you can use all of the Cricuts, including the Explorer and the Joy, okay? All right, so other important materials include a green standard grip machine mat, your fine point blade, and you'll also want, let's see here, oh, here we go. You'll also want a weeding tool. So this is used for poking out all the little bits from the paper. But here's our finger protectors. If you've never seen these are really nice because you can put them on your fingers. That's a really tiny, it's like a pinky one. That's a thumb. They're differently sized, right? So you can put them on your fingers when you're hot gluing, and then you don't get burned. If you've never seen these before, they're super useful. Especially if you are like me and you burn your fingers. All right, a extra large scraper is really useful for getting all the little bits off of your mat. Of course, you can still use the small one if you have only the small one. And then there is the option for scoring if you want. So if you're going to score it, you can use the scoring stylus or the scoring tool if you have a maker. You can use, if you have a maker, you can use either of these. If you have only the Explorer, you'll want to use the scoring stylus. All right, I think that's all of our materials and our tools. Just set our little finger protectors off to the side. All right. Yes, the dollar store totally has finger protectors. That's a great place to get them, especially if you are prone to losing them like I am. All right, so let me show you where to find the free tealight design files and then how to cut and assemble them. This is a nice, easy project, and I think you're going to love it. Step 1, get my free tealight holder designs. Go to jennifermaker.com/421 and look for libraries in the red bar at the top. Then either click Get a Password if you don't yet have one, or click Enter the library. You can find the designs on the page by searching for design number 421 and then click it to download the zip file with an SVG file for cutting on a Cricut or another cutting machine, a DXF file, and a printable PDF for cutting by hand. I've included 4 designs in both 4 and 6-inch tall versions. We have butterflies, snowflakes, candy canes, arabesque shapes, and customizable frames so you can make your very own unique tea light. Any of the no score files can be made on a Cricut Joy, while the score versions require a scoring tool or stylus, which is available for the Maker and Explorer family machines. But of course, the Makers and Explorers can do the no score files too. I'm going to show you how to cut the no score 4-inch candy cane tea holders in plain cardstock and the score version of the 6-inch butterfly tea holder in glitter cardstock. Both will be on a Cricut cutting machine. And I'm going to show you how to design your very own tea holder using my blank designs. To start, upload the SVG cut files that you want to Cricut Design Space and add them to your canvas. If you're unsure how to do this, please go to jennifermaker.com/svgs to learn how to unzip and upload SVG files. Step 2, prepare the designs. If you're like me and you are working with more than one design, click off of them and then select and drag them apart. Click the minus sign at the bottom to zoom out so you can see everything. Here's how my 4-inch no score candy cane design looks on my canvas in Cricut Design Space. And here's my 6-inch score butterfly design, also on the canvas. The white layers will create the cardstock frames for the tea holders, and the colored layers will be the vellum, wax paper, or copy paper inserts that we will add to diffuse the light and make them look all pretty. The squares go with the 4-inch holders, and the rectangles go with the 6-inch designs. The red layers will be cardstock details on the candy cane design. If you want the tea holders to match, they are almost ready to cut. But to make the frames in different materials, you need to tell your Cricut to cut them on different mats. First, select the design that you want to change and click Ungroup above the Layers panel to work with the pieces independently. I'm going to change the butterfly tea light holder so you can see how this works. Drag a bounding box over the butterfly panels to select them. Click the color box next to Operation at the top and pick a new color for the layers. I'll use gray to make it look like the glitter cardstock. If you're using a score version, you also need to adjust and attach the lines grouped with the panel layers. To do this, hold down your Shift key on your keyboard and click each of the basic cut layers with just a line in the Layers panel. Click the drop-down menu under Operation and select Score. Now the lines look like dashes, and these are set as score lines now. To keep these altered score lines with the correct cut pieces, hold the Shift key and click a pair of layers in the Layers panel. Then click Attach below the Layers panel. The newly attached layers will move to the top of the Layers panel, so scroll down to select the next pair and attach them, and continue for all of the other panels. And I'm going to use vellum for the candy cane inserts and wax paper for the butterflies, which will work since they're already different colors. Here's a variation on how to do this because you can create your own. You can make custom frames by either adding designs to the frame with a cutout or cutting a design's shapes out of the solid frame that I've included. So let's first do a frame with a cutout. First, upload the frame designs at the size you want and add them to your canvas. I'll use the 6-inch frames. Click Ungroup and then drag the frame and insert pieces apart. Pick the frame type that you want, then delete the other if you won't use it. I'll show you that one next, so I'll just hide it for now using the eye icon in the Layers panel. We have to use the score method since we will weld our layers together before cutting them out. If we use the no score files technique, welding layers will remove the dash cut lines, so that's important to understand. To work in a cutout frame, an image must have solid areas that are all connected and all one color. If the pieces are separate from each other, they'll just fall off the frame. So it's really important that everything be connected. Now, Cricut Design Space comes with many images to learn with. Click the Images icon to the left and then click Browse All Images, where you can filter your options. Images that are already optimized for cut only work better than images meant for draw and cut or print then cut, which often require a lot of editing to work. We can use the image search filters to help us find some good options for our tea lights. To the left under Filters, check the boxes next to Free. Under Operation Type, check Cut Only. Under Layers, check Single. Your options will now be much easier to work into a design. They won't all work, though. Look for images that are mostly solid with some areas of cutouts for interest. Silhouettes that are all one piece work great and are easy to add to your cutout frame. And since we want to add a shape to our layer instead of cut it out of a solid section, there must be a solid outline around the edge to keep the details together. Scroll down to view the images. I have one in mind, so I'm just going to search for ornament. Now keep in mind, new images are being added as well as being deleted from Design Space all the time. So this exact image may not be available, but feel free to use something similar. I recommend using number M3B6AE1C2 if you want to use the same one that I have. So click your preferred image and then Add to Canvas. Make sure it doesn't have a money sign or you'll be asked to pay before cutting the design, unless of course you're fine paying for that, right? Now drag the image roughly into place on the holder with the center cut out. Click the image and with the lock icon closed, drag a corner of the bounding box until at least two of its edges will overlap with the frame's inner cut line. You might need to use the rotate tool to adjust the orientation a bit. Select the frame layer and click Ungroup. That will keep the score line separate during welding, but we'll add it back after. Hold down the Shift key and select both the holder and image layers. Click Weld below the Layers panel. Then use the Operation menu to change the associated line from Basic Cut to Score. And then hold down the Shift key and select both the holder and score layers. Click Attach below the Layers panel. Drag a bounding box over the Customize panel and the rectangle for the insert. Click Duplicate 3 times so all 4 sides are identical. You're now ready to make one style of custom tea light holder. Now let me show you how to make a custom tea light with a solid frame that has a sliced image. First, upload the frame design that you want to your canvas. I'll use the eye icon to reveal mine, the one that I hid earlier, right? And drag it down so we have space to work. To work in a solid frame, an image must have negative space designs, and the solid areas must be connected. If the pieces are separate, they'll just fall right off your tea light frame. Again, Cricut Design Space comes with many images that you can work with. Click the images icon to the left and then click Browse All Images and filter your options again. And again, we can use the image search filters to help us find some good options. To the left under Filters, check the boxes next to Free. Under Operation Type, check Cut Only. And under Layers, check Single. Your options are going to be so much easier to work with now for your design. They won't all work, remember, though. Silhouettes that are all one piece work great, and they're easy to slice from the solid frame. Scroll down to view your images. Again, I have an image in mind, so I'm going to search for ornament, and this is number M7869080. Click the image and then Add to Canvas. Again, make sure it doesn't have that money sign unless you're willing to pay for it. Drag the image into place on the solid frame piece. Click the image and with the lock icon closed, drag a corner of the bounding box until the image fits within the frame with at least a 1/4 inch all around it so the edges don't tear. You might need to use the rotate tool to adjust the orientation a bit. Select the holder layer and click Ungroup. That will keep the score line separate during slicing, but we'll add it back after. Hold down the Shift key and select both the holder and image layers. Click Slice below the Layers panel. If there are any parts that you don't want, click and delete them. Then use the Operation menu to change the associated line from Basic Cut to Score. And then hold down the Shift key and select both the holder and score layers. Click Attach below the Layers panel. Drag a bounding box over the Customize panel and the rectangle for the insert. Click Duplicate 3 times so all 4 sides are identical. And now you're ready to make your second custom tea light holder. I'm going to cut my custom holders out in red cardstock and use printer paper for the inserts, so I'll change the colors. I'll make the holders red to cut with the candy cane details, and the inserts yellow to put on a separate mat for the printer paper. Use the eye icons in the Layers panel to reveal the designs that you want to make and hide anything you don't want to cut. Step 3. Cut the tea light holder designs. The files are now ready to cut. Make sure the correct machine is selected in the top right and click Make It. If you're prompted, pick On Mat and 12 by 12 in the pop-up menu. On the Prepare screen, set your material load type to On Mat. Set the material size for each color to reflect your chosen materials. I'm using 12 by 12 cardstock for the 4-inch candy cane frames, 8.5 by 11 glitter cardstock for the 6-inch butterfly frames, 8.5 by 11 vellum for the candy cane inserts, a 12 by 12 piece of wax paper that I cut for the butterfly inserts, 12 by 12 red cardstock for the candy cane details and custom holders, and 8.5 by 11 printer paper for the custom holders inserts. If you want to save time and material, you can combine the mats if there is space. You'll find the instructions on how to combine mats in my DIY lollipop holders tutorial over at jennifermaker.com/DIY lollipop holders. When your mats look correct, click back on the first mat and then click Continue. On the Make screen, set your plain cardstock mats to medium cardstock with more pressure. If you're using the glitter cardstock, select glitter cardstock with more pressure also. I also used the medium cardstock setting with the vellum and wax paper, but left the pressure at default. For copy paper, use laser copy paper with default pressure. Then make sure your fine point blade is clean and in clamp B. If you're using a score version, Cricut Design Space will prompt you to add a scoring tool to your machine when the related mats are ready to cut. I chose the scoring stylus. Add the first mat's material to a green standard grip machine mat face up and adhere it well with a brayer. Load the first mat into your Cricut and press the flashing button to begin cutting. When the cut is complete, unload your mat. Flip the project over and gently peel the mat away from your material. Use a weeding tool to gently lift any delicate parts. Proceed with the rest of the mats until all of the cutting is complete. Make sure to clean your blade after your cut glitter cardstock. I found that poking it several times in an aluminum foil ball works great. Just be careful when you do it. And if you run into any issues cutting your materials, check out my Cricut tips and tricks for cleaner cuts over at jennifermaker.com/Cricut blades. Step 4, assemble the tea light holders. Let's first do the 4-inch candy cane design in cardstock with vellum. Place the tea holder frame pieces face up with the tabs all facing to the right. Put a candy cane detail face up near each, making sure the shapes go the same way. Add a few dots of glue to the back of one candy cane, then carefully lower it to match its silhouette on a lantern frame piece. Make sure the edges match, then press it in place. Wipe away any glue and let it dry completely while adding the details to the other frame pieces. Once they're dry, flip the frames over so the tabs are all to the left. Add double-sided tape around the cutouts in the frames, avoiding where the cardstock will be creased. Leave the top backing piece on the tape. Remove the backing from the first frame's tape. Place a vellum piece so it covers the cutout and sticks to the tape. Then repeat for the other frame pieces. Crease the frame's tabs toward the back of each piece. Run your scraper over the creases to sharpen them. Add a thin line of glue to the outside of the tab. Grab another frame piece and hold it face up over the glued tab. Line up the plain edge and lower it to touch the glue. Adjust the new piece so it's just barely not covering the tab's crease and lined up at the top and bottom. Repeat to add the other two frame pieces. Pick up the frame and help the creases fold the pieces into a squared tube. Make sure the last free tab will line up with the last free edge. Then add glue to the last tab and adhere it to the back of the free edge to complete the holder. Carefully use your fingers on both sides to hold the glued piece in place until it dries. Now let's do the 6-inch butterfly design in glitter cardstock with wax paper. Place the frame pieces face down with the tabs all facing to the left. Add double-sided tape around the cutouts in the frames, avoiding where the cardstock will be creased. Leave the top backing piece on the tape. Remove the backing from the first frame's tape. Place a wax paper piece so it covers the cutout and sticks to the tape. Then repeat for the other frame pieces. Crease the frame's tabs toward the back of each piece and run your scraper over the creases to sharpen them. Now, craft glue does not work well on glitter cardstock due to the texture, but hot glue works really well. So put on your finger protectors and add a thin line of hot glue to the outside of the tab. And then grab another frame piece and hold it face up over the glued tab. Line up the plain edge and lower it to touch the glue. Adjust the new piece so it's just barely not covering the tab's crease and lined up at the top and bottom. Repeat to add the other two frame pieces. Pick up the frame and help the creases fold the pieces into a squared tube. Make sure the last free tab will line up with the last free edge. Then add hot glue to the last tab and adhere it to the back of the free edge to complete the holder. Carefully use your fingers on both sides to hold the glued piece in place until it dries. All right, now let's do the 6-inch custom design in cardstock with printer paper. Use the same steps to assemble your tealight holders with printer paper inserts. I used good quality craft glue on all parts with excellent results. Make sure your flameless candle or LED light works, and then lower the frame on top to see the magic. Aren't these awesome? And that's how you make an easy tea light cover. Think of all the possibilities that you can make, including your own custom designs. Now, I saw some comments in the chat about how this seems complicated. It really isn't. What we're doing is we're trying to show you how you make your own. But if you don't want to make your own, we have designs that a beginner can absolutely cut. You upload them, you put them into Cricut Design Space. I'm going to hop over there right now. So here they are, uploaded, and we literally just click Make It. That's all you have to do, upload and go. So the extra options that you're seeing are for those who want to dive a little deeper, create their own custom tea light, but you don't have to do that. You can just upload the SVG, click Make It, cut it out, glue it together. That's it. That's why I call this easy. And so if that's not what you want to do, if you don't want to make your own custom one, if you're new to making something, what you'll want to do is start with an easy pre-designed one. That's usually what I like to do, is give pre-made ones that you just upload and make, and then you cut them and you're good. And when you have done one and you feel ready to tackle your own design, you can do that right in Cricut Design Space. I also want to remind everyone that it's always a good idea to watch a tutorial video through without any attempt to make anything at all. Just sit back, relax, enjoy, and absorb it. And then when you're ready to make something, you then play and you pause and you make it with me if you would like, or you make it on your own. You have replays for 24 hours. If you have the free ticket, you have replays for lifetime if you have the VIP pass. So you can go at your own speed. Pick one project, watch it in its entirety, listen to all of our questions and answers, and then replay it as we work, or just take notes. Like literally, to make any of the designs that you see here, in fact, it's just upload, click Make It, choose your materials, and cut, and then glue. That's it. So it's actually a really easy project. If you're new to Cricut Design Space, you might have gotten a little bit lost at us trying to attempt to show you how to make a custom one. So that's really, I think, what's going on there. And I'm watching all of your comments. I see everything in the chat. All right, so I would love to answer your questions now about making these really cute tea light holders. All right, Amy says, can you cut that vellum on the Cricut, or do you need to cut it by hand? You can absolutely cut it on the Cricut vellum, and this we use many different colors. We got all of this vellum from Amazon, from our supply list. Everything for this project is linked in our supply list. If you don't have vellum, or you find vellum tricky to cut, because I do, you could use simple 20-pound copy paper, just regular from your printer, right? You can also use a piece of parchment paper or a piece of wax paper. And there are settings for all of these in Cricut Design Space under Browse Material Settings. And if you can't, for any reason, you can't find those settings, you can just use like light cardstock will probably do it. But copy paper is present in all of the different Cricuts, the material settings. Okay, Teresa says, and this is a wonderful question. Teresa says, can you use 4 different colors for each side? Absolutely. Because we cut each side of our tea light holders. Let me get this one out here. we cut each side individually, right? In fact, I have one that's cut right here. Let's switch over to this camera. So here's the 4 sides, right? If you want each side to be a different color of glitter, you can, right? You can go crazy and use all the colors, whatever you want. When you're customizing your own, you might want to have colors that match whatever your theme is, right? So yes, and we can cut these on the Joy. The 4-inch ones can be cut on the Joy. The 6-inch ones can be cut on the Maker and Explore. And of course, for those not familiar, the Maker and Explore can cut anything the Joy can cut too. So yeah, you could totally have 4 different colors, and I think that would be really fun. Morgan asks if you could customize with a monogram. Absolutely. Anything that you can get into your frame. So let me find one with a frame. Here we go. This butterfly one is a good example. So the frame, which is right here, and we've included that frame in our design file. You can put anything within this frame so long as it touches your edges. And then you weld it, or you go to the combine menu and choose Unite. All right, so that's important to get all of your edges there, right? So that it doesn't float off into space, unless of course you're willing to just glue it to your vellum or copy paper, which you certainly can. If you accidentally make one and you forget to, get it to touch the edges, you can still just glue it on. So there's always a way to do that. Always a way to, I find there's pretty much always a way to fix anything if you're willing to say, hey, I fixed this. Amanda says, so I forgot the 12 by 12 inch white cardstock. Do you have any ideas on what I can use instead? I have a ton of 8.5 by 11 inch cardstock. Well, you can totally use 8.5 by 11. So when you go into Cricut Design Space, let me switch over to that right now. You'll see, and it asks you this question typically. I'll say confirm. Let's say I don't have 12 by 12 inch cardstock, right? It generally defaults to this. I think, in fact, it always defaults to 12 by 12 inch cardstock. We come right over here to material size, and we choose 8.5 by 11. There it is. And Cricut Design Space is awesome. It's like, okay, well, 4 of the panels will not fit on one sheet of 8.5 by 11 inch cardstock, but 2 of them will. So it puts them onto 2 for you. So now you have to load 2 mats and cut 2 mats, but you can totally use your white cardstock in the size that you have. Absolutely. Renee says, do you ever add a bottom to the light and then just put the light inside from the top? So if we did that, I would consider that to be I would say that's more of an intermediate craft, not a beginner craft. The thing that makes this so cool is that literally it is, let me show you. It is, here's our light, I'll put that there. This is nice, it stores nice and flat. Like, this is all it is. It's just like a sleeve. And we can just do this, and we can just reach right in to turn it on and off. It's really easy. Or if you don't want to do that, let's say you have a dozen of them on your mantle. And I can speak from experience that turning things on and off on a mantle, because I use one over in my craft room, it takes a while. So I like to use things that have remote controls. So for example, I don't know if the remote control will work on this one, because let's grab one that I know will work on. One moment, because this is one that's new. So here's one right here. So it's so easy. Of course, you're seeing it from the top, but we can just turn it off and on like this. So this is really cool. These particular LED puck lights, which are all linked in our supply list, are really nice because, not just because of the remote control, but also you can change the colors on it. So here is, will that focus for me? So there is orange, it's kind of hard to see, blue, yellow, all the colors, right? You can even do like special effects. And if you have several, one remote will work for several. So you can have them all lined up on your mantle, and you can just turn them on and off with the switch. They are battery operated, but they don't use those little, let's turn it off. You have to point it at it, but they don't use those tiny little like battery wafer thin ones. It uses these, so they last longer, especially if you remember to turn them off, like when you go to bed. That again is me speaking from experience, because I tend to forget to turn my things off. So yeah, so these are really cool. There we go. Okay, let's see. Peggy says, does craft glue work with wax paper? Yes, it does. You can totally use your craft glue with your wax paper. So I think this is vellum, but we'll pretend it's wax paper. Yeah, you can totally use your craft glue with wax paper. You can also use the tape, right? I mean, so we use tape because it didn't wrinkle as much, right? So also a little easier, I think, to apply. And I saw someone in the chat say who has already made these before that they found it easier to put the tape on the vellum. So if you're having a struggle at all, put your tape on your vellum and then put your vellum onto the back of your window of your tea light holder. Richard says, yesterday when I was cutting my cardstock, it kept tearing and ripping. I have a new mat, a new blade, and I used the intricate cut setting. What am I doing wrong? Do you have a link to help? I do. I do have a link to help. Although you might have read it because you are saying all the things. So one of my questions would be, what mat were you using? Some people use the blue mat and they really should be using the green mat. So that would be my first question. A new mat, is it actually new? Is it, or did you use it once and now it's got like a bunch of glitter on it, right? New is a bit of a relative term. So is it really clean? And if it's not clean, use a alcohol-free baby wipe to wipe it down. A new blade, again, if you've used it once, it could still be dirty, not clean, right? And maybe new, you may have just put it in that morning, but if you've already cut with it once, including a failed cut, it may still have a little piece of paper stuck to it, a little bit of glitter, a little bit of adhesive from cutting some vinyl, right? So be sure that you clean it using the steps that I share. I've been sharing them pretty often in this tutorial. Does anyone want a refresher on how I clean my blade? Let me know in the chat and I'd be happy to do that. And then the other thing that I think a lot of people don't consider is the quality of your cardstock. If you're using a low quality cardstock, you can definitely have issues. And I especially find that with black cardstock. I think that the saturation necessarily to create black cardstock decreases the quality by its nature, right? So it's harder to cut black. So you need to have top shelf cardstock when you're doing black for sure. So those are all my things. The other thing that I want to remind you of is to use your brayer to make sure it is really stuck down there super well. And I don't feel that, using the intricate setting is the answer to cut it to tearing. I think usually that's an issue with not having a super sticky mat and not having a clean blade. Yes, Sonia, thank you. If you are in a humid environment and your paper, your cardstock gets humid, it can be very difficult to cut. I discovered this last summer when our air conditioning went out and all the paper in my craft room became like soggy. And like I was cutting paper I had always cut and it was not working. And it was so frustrated. I couldn't figure it out. Is there something wrong? Right? Like we all struggle with this. And then I'm like, my paper feels really moist. And so I went and I got a brand new pack of paper that I hadn't taken out of its plastic, put that on my mat, and lo and behold, that was the answer. So if you do live somewhere that's humid or your paper is getting humid for whatever reason, keep it in an airtight container with some of those desiccant packets that we get in all of our things these days, and that will help a lot. That's what I did last summer to solve my problems. Let's see here. Donna says, does the glue gun need to be high heat for glitter? Yes. So you really need to use the glue gun when you, the Cricut setting doesn't have a high heat or low heat. I think by default, most glue guns, if they don't have two settings, I think they're high heat, I believe, right? So I would say yes. I would have to actually test that for sure. But the reason why we want to use a glue gun when we're using glitter is just so textured. I mean, look at it. Look at how it's beautiful. But this, I don't know if you can hear that, right? It's super textured and the glue just doesn't get into the, it just doesn't want to stick as well. So we really want to use glue gun or really want to use a glue gun instead of craft glue if we are doing glitter. Kathy asks if you can use fairy lights. You totally can use fairy lights. The only thing you don't want to use is, in my opinion, is an actual candle because this is paper and I want you to be safe. So always use an LED light when you're putting a tea light on. When you're putting a paper tea light holder over a tea light. So you can use the LED pucks. You can use, these are my favorite because they're the brightest and they have a remote control. But you can also use this type, right? So it's the kind that has a little switch on the bottom and we just turn those on to get light, right? So you can use those too. This one is kind of wonky. It's the kind that kind of flickers, though they both do, right? This one is definitely better. Yeah, so, but just don't use a real flame for your safety. Okay. Lakita says, can you change the size of your pre-made designs? Yes, you totally can. You can have whatever sizes you like that will fit on your Cricut. Let's see. And Keisha says, do you only do the score line on certain types of paper? So sometimes you don't necessarily need that score line. You can fold it yourself, but it can be hard to guess where it is. So it's not really about the paper. It's really more about figuring out where to score, right? So it really makes a difference. If you don't have a scoring tool, use the perforated version that I've included. Get that to focus for us. Can we see that? There we go. See the top there where it's got those dashed lines? That's perforated. You only need your regular fine point blade, and it will fold super easy because it's perforated. See? Nice and easy. This is, in fact, if you are a beginner, go for the no score tool needed version. It is super, super easy. Trust me, super easy. Okay, I have a few more minutes for a few more questions. Let's see, there was one reminder I wanted to make sure that I see a couple more questions about this. Sherry says, do you have any tips for getting the glitter paper glued accurately and quickly before the glue hardens? It's a struggle. So my recommendation, I know that, okay, let's look at these. Let's make some space here. So you want to line things up as best as you can and use gravity. I guess that's the easiest term. So let's fold these in. And this is our nice perforated one. The perforated ones are also easier to fold. So another beginner tip right there. Okay, so let's say we want to get this one glued onto, and let's use our scraper tool to really crease that down so it lays more flat. Okay, so we want to get this glued onto here. Let's open this up. So use gravity, get everything all set like this, and then set it down here, glue it. You can actually glue it like this, just go like this. And then when you're ready, you got your glue on here, just see how I'm keeping it all straight and flat there? Just set it down like this. And it'll just, because we're using this flat section right here, we're using the table itself to kind of angle it down. That might help you. That's what I would do if I was struggling with it. Because yes, hot glue does not really let us reposition. And also it's hot, so we don't want to mess with it too much, right? Let's see here. Donna Lee says, can you use glue for the inserts instead of double-sided tape? You can, but we found that it was a little bit more wrinkly, but you go ahead and try it. See what you think. We preferred the look of the double-sided tape, but you might or if all you have is glue, just use the glue. It's totally fine. Okay. All right, so I wanted to discuss one more thing here. Where was it? Oh yes, so yes, just a reminder in general, our workshops I highly recommend you just sit back and relax and watch. When you decide that you want to do one, certainly take notes as you're going through if you'd like. We have tried really hard to keep our directions simple. We do a lot of editing. If you relied on me to teach you live, it would not be that simple. We would also be here all day. So remember, watch the tutorial. Don't try to craft along with me. When you want to make something, watch the replay. And also, I want everyone to know, in fact, I'm going to show you this. This link right up here, makeracademy.com/weekend-links, takes you to all the places, to the replays, to the schedule, to the giveaway, to the place where you can download the event guide that has the bingo card, because I saw people asking about that, where to get the bingo card. It's on the last page of the event guide. Everyone can download this. So this set of links up here is your key to all the things. All the design files, which do stay in our library indefinitely, those don't go away. Our supply lists stay on our blog indefinitely. That doesn't go away. And in fact, I was just going to go there and show you where the replays are, so that when you want to watch the replay, you can. So let's head on over to we're going to go right to that page. So this is what you see when you go to makeracademy.com/weekend links. See all these buttons? This leads you to everything. This is your jumping off point. If I could put these buttons right on our video for you to click, I would. So everything is here. Answers to questions, how to get some help, watch the live stream, the Dreambox, the free downloadables. This is where our event guide is. Now I want to call your attention to this one, the orange button. If you click on this, you will see our full schedule, but also all of our replays. And at the end of the day, I actually go and I go find the time when I started a workshop, and these individual replay links that you see here from yesterday, they will take you right to the start of that workshop. So if you want to go watch the 3D Angel right now, because you really want to make it, go click that replay and just watch it and make along with me. Pause when you need to, rewind as you need to, and you can do that. So, and Lisa, I did say, yes, I prefer the green mat for cardstock. Yes, I realize that, Cricut actually says blue mat, but I like the green mat. Okay, it's time to wrap up. If I didn't get the chance to answer your questions, please come ask over in our Cricut Crafters group at jennifermaker.com/CricutCrafters. We would love to help you. Please just let us know over there. That is the best place to ask for help. If you're a VIP pass holder, you can ask in our VIP support group. Our next workshop on the mini quilt is coming up at the top of the hour. You can learn more about our next workshop and look over its supply list at jennifermaker.com/414. So let's take a quick break, get a drink, get some more coffee. It is Saturday morning. Stretch your legs, and we will begin right here on the top of the hour in the same live stream. I'll put away my link. There we go. Hello everyone, Jennifer Maker here. Let's learn how to make a beginner-friendly mini quilt with a Cricut cutting machine. Now, I'm going to show you this project, and if you've been like, oh my gosh, I can't make a quilt, you can make this quilt. So if you've ever wanted to try quilting, this is a beginner-friendly quilt, and we're going to use our Cricut to make all of our cuts nice and precise. But let me show you what this looks like. So this could be something that you aspire to if you've never really quilted before. This is a great place to start though. So look at how beautiful this is. It's really quite nice and simple. Isn't that gorgeous? And we're going to teach you how to do this block, which you then can repeat as many times as you like. Though in this workshop, we're doing it 4 times to make the mini quilt. You could actually do it many more times if you wanted. And then we're going to teach you how to bind it and everything. So we have this design, and here's the exact same pattern with a different color of cotton. So you can change how it looks really quite easily just by changing your quilting cotton. And I think it's gorgeous. And I know there are some of you who may already quilt. And I'm sure you know more than me, but there are others who have always wanted to quilt and just are not sure where to begin. And I get you, and I think mini quilts are a great way to show off your favorite fabrics and patterns. And they also make wonderful gifts and decorations for your home. Plus, they're really surprisingly easy to make once you start. You can even have your Cricut cut out all your pieces for you if you want, for precise control. You only need the simplest and most beginner basic sewing skills. It's all straight lines. This is the craft for those of you of all levels, I promise. Now, this mini quilt project can totally be cut by hand with the principal pattern that I'm including in the free design file, but I've also got the digital design files so you can try cutting your fabric pieces with a cutting machine. The pieces of a mini quilt can be cut perfectly with a Cricut Explorer or Maker cutting machine thanks to its precision. They will be exactly the right size. So for those who want to try cutting their pieces on a machine, I've included 2 different SVGs for this little quilt project. Which one you use will depend on how much you want to plan your project and how much patience you have for making adjustments. So we have different levels there. Now you will find the complete supply list for this project at jennifermaker.com/414. But let me show you exactly what you're going to need to make these mini quilts. I've got everything ready to go in my dream box. One second here. I have to make sure my notes stop. Hang on. They're not stopping. Just a second. Oh, it looks like something has disconnected here. So it's fine. I'll pull everything out. Okay. Here is all of our quilt pieces. Of course, not all of our tools are going to fit in here. I have some of them sitting out here. So remember, the supply list is all online at jennifermaker.com/414. But let's go over some of the things together. So first of all, we need our fabric. So let's get some pieces out here so I can show you, and I will switch over to my overhead view. In fact, I should move our quilt so it's not confusing anything with anything else. We have a nice, simple surface to look at. There we go. So quilting cotton is typically 100% cotton, and you can use whatever colors and patterns you like. I've picked some of my favorite colors here, but you certainly can use whatever you want. Just keep that in mind. So fat quarters work great. If you ever see those at the store, when you go to the store and you've ever been like, I know I'm like, oh, what is a fat quarter? So it's basically a particular size that's particularly good for quilting. So it's just the right size for what we want to do. It's bigger than fits on our mats, but it still works great. So what we're going to do is cut them into this size. And our Cricuts can do this, or of course you can just use a rotary cutter to do this if you don't want to do that. But I think this is a great way to learn how to cut fabric with your Cricut. And yes, I know already you're going to ask me if you can do it on the you're going to ask if you can do it on the Explorer, and you can, but if you do it on the Explorer, I don't have an Explorer out right now, this is the Maker, you'll want to bond your fabric first with something like heat and bond so that it has a nice stable surface, and you put that side against your mat. and then you can cut. I have tutorials on that, and I'll reference them in our workshop too. All right, so we need our fabric, okay? So, and we need a quarter inch, sorry, a quarter inch. Wow, that would be a tiny quilt. A quarter yard for our accent colors and 1 yard for the background, okay? And then we need lightweight quilt batting, like this. You've seen this before. Now I got everything from, well, almost everything came from Amazon. Some of our fabric did come from Joanne when we were making it in the beginning, but we have linked many things in there for you. So, and don't remember, all the supplies are up here too. I'm going to put this link away for now. Okay, double-sided double fold bias tape. This is for your binding. Right, so you're going to want this when you put your binding on. It can be any color. We have white. I'm fond of white. I think it's, you know, whatever. It's one of my favorite colors. What color is it? I love white. I mentioned this yesterday, but whatever color you want, you get to pick your colors. That's one of the best parts of doing something like this. And we're also going to need basics like pins or clips. So if you're learned how to sew early on, the clips might actually be a new thing for you. They were for me. We did not have these cute little clips when I was learning to sew back in the 70s. But these are really cool for holding your fabric. So they just open like this, and they can be really useful instead of pins. So if that's a new thing for you, you should try that. I totally agree with using the clips instead of pins. There's certainly times when pins are still really useful. Okay, now for tools, we are going to use a really basic sewing machine. This is, I would say this is my favorite sewing machine. Let me get it out and show you. This is a Genome. I put stickers all over it. You can actually get these stickers if you want. Everything is labeled. I'm a big believer in labeling things. Very simple manual sewing machine that's inexpensive. So if you want to learn, this is a fun sewing machine to learn on. I don't use actually anything fancier than this. Okay, so this is all linked in the supply list too. If you want to cut it on the Cricut, you'll want to have your Maker or Explorer. Again, if you're going to use an Explorer, you're going to want heat and bond. You can also use freezer paper if you put the plasticky side up against your fabric. Little tip there. And you're going to want a way to iron your project. So you can use the Cricut Easy Press Mini. You can use a big Easy Press. You can use a household iron, whatever works for you. Am I forgetting anything else? Basic things. Painter's tape is really nice for holding your fabric in place. Some scissors. A seam ripper. We can't forget our favorite seam ripper. You will use a seam ripper. You just need to embrace the seam ripper. I have this story. My daughter, when she was much younger, she gave me a seam ripper as a present, and it was a really nice one. It had like a soft fabric, a squishy grip, right? So comfort grip, that was it. And I'm like, thanks, honey. The seam ripper. It was really sweet. She's like, yeah, I got it because I know how much you love it because you're always using one. I thought you could use another one. There we go. Seam ripper. Tweezers are nice to have too. I also recommend, if you're going to use your Cricut, you are going to want this little beauty. It is the washable fabric pen. So you can put the fabric pen right in your Cricut and it will draw your lines for you so you know where to sew. Right? So this is really cool. This is one of the benefits of using your Cricut to cut your pieces, that it'll put your seam lines on for you. And we have all of that in our design file. All right, I think those are our basic supplies. Let me just check to make sure I'm not missing anything. I got all of our things here. I do like a rotary blade. You can certainly cut it by hand if you prefer to. All right, so, oh, and thread. We used 50 weight cotton sewing thread, which I have some right here. Just the right stuff. Let me make sure. Yes. So let me show you. So I'm going to go on a little rant here. So cotton thread, right? I know that most people will pick up the poly thread at the store. That's what most of us are used to. But there's a reason why I'm recommending cotton thread. Cotton thread with cotton fabric actually makes a difference if you want your project to last for a while. So a polyester thread will not meld into your fabric over time the way cotton will. Cotton will become a part of your project. It will be stronger, it will last longer, it will look better, it will work better. The polyester is just, it's different, totally different material, and you really want to use cotton with cotton. So use cotton if you can find it. They sell it at all of the craft stores. Get it online if you have to. The weight isn't as important, I believe, as the fact that it's cotton, but 50 weight is what we're using here. Okay. I see Cynthia says, I discovered Janome and the clips during the 2020 enforced vacation. Yeah, awesome. This is an awesome sewing machine company. This is how, by the way, I end up, like, I am very brand loyal. You've all figured this out, right? I love Cricut. I love Barely Art. I love my Dreambox. This is kind of how I work. I love my Macs. I love my iPhone. Janome is totally my sewing machine. I love it. They're super high quality, easy to use. They will last forever. Like, whatever. Totally awesome sewing machine. Okay. Are you ready to see how to make this? Now, I want to remind everyone to watch this. There's no way you can make this mini quilt. This mini quilt does take a while, of course. It's, a substantial project, but it is something that anyone can do. So sit back and enjoy this awesome video with me. Step 1, get my free mini quilt design files. Go to jennifermaker.com/414 and look for libraries in the red bar at the top. And then either click Get a Password if you don't yet have one, or click Enter the library. You can find the designs on the page by searching for number 414 and then click it to download the zip file. Now, of course, this project can be cut by hand using the traditional and printable pattern that I've included in the zip file, but I've also provided digital design files so you can try cutting your fabric pieces with a cutting machine. The pieces of a mini quilt can be cut perfectly with a Cricut Explorer or Cricut Maker cutting machine, and thanks to its precision, they will be exactly the right size. For those that want to try cutting the pieces on a machine, I've included 2 different SVG files. Which one you use will depend on how much you want to plan your project and how much patience you have for making adjustments. The mini quilt SVG file has the pieces to make one panel. If you want to feature more than 2 colors for your triangles, use this file and feel free to customize the pieces as much as you wish. We've included written instructions on how to do this in the workbook that goes along with this project. If you want to spend less time, use the consolidated file, which has all of the pieces that you'll need and just takes a minute to prepare. I imagine most people will prefer this version, so I'm going to show you how to cut this in Cricut Design Space using a Cricut Maker 3 cutting machine. To begin, upload the SVG file to Cricut Design Space. If you're unsure how to do this, please go to jennifermaker.com/svgs to learn how to unzip and upload. Step 2, prepare your mini quilt design. Here's what the consolidated mini quilt looks like on the Cricut Design Space canvas. You may need to zoom out to see the full design. To do this, click on the minus sign on the lower left side of the screen. The pieces are grouped by color and will fit on a 12 by 24 inch pink fabric grip machine mat. I've also added lines for the 1/4 inch seam allowance for you, which will have the Cricut draw during the cutting process, another awesome advantage to using a Cricut. To make sure the seam allowance lines are drawn in the right place instead of cut, we need to change their operation and then attach them to the correct basic cut layers. So with the design selected, click Ungroup at the top of the Layers panel to work with the groups of layers separately. Starting at the top of the Layers panel list, click the first layer without a color. Then click the drop-down menu under Operation and select Pen to tell the Cricut to draw instead of cut the shape. Click the line of words above the new pen layer to select both the seam allowance layer and the cut shape layer. And then click Attach at the bottom of the Layers panel to keep those two layers together during cutting. Now just repeat these steps for the rest of the paired layers. Newly attached layers will jump to the top of the Layers panel, but just scroll down until you see another pair that needs adjustments. Once your design looks correct, save your work and give the project a new name. Then make sure the correct machine is selected and click Make It. Step 3. Prepare the cutting layout. Click on Mat and 12 by 24 inches, then click Continue. On the Prepare screen, make sure there aren't unattached lines on a white mat. If there are, that just means that one or more of the seam allowance lines didn't get attached correctly. Click Cancel and recheck your work. If you're using the consolidated file with 2 triangle colors, everything is now ready to go. If you're using the more advanced version with more triangle colors, be sure to reference the workbook that goes along with this tutorial for more directions, especially on how to conserve fabric. Step 4. Prepare the fabric. Once you're satisfied with the mats, you can see how much fabric you'll need for each mat. Cut each type of fabric into a rectangle or square that will completely cover the areas indicated on your screen. Don't make your fabric pieces wider than 11.5 inches so it stays within the mat's sticky area. Keeping it small like this will keep the rollers from lifting the edges of your fabric. Also note that if you're using a Cricut Explore cutting machine instead of a Cricut Maker, you'll want to bond your fabric first with something like Heat and Bond. Learn how to do this over at jennifermaker.com/cutfabricwithcricut. Take a few minutes to pull off or trim any excess threads, especially around the edges. Threads can get easily stuck in the rollers, and we don't want that. If that does happen, just gently pull them out with tweezers. Once you have all your fabric ready to go, click Continue in Design Space. Step 5. Cut the fabric. Set your material in Cricut Design Space to cotton and change the pressure to more for a clean cut. If it's available, also check the box for Remember these settings to save time between mats. Now get your pink fabric grip mat and the correct first fabric piece. Keeping the fabric's fibers straight and smooth will make the cuts much easier. I found that rolling up the pieces with the exterior on the outside made them easier to handle. Placing it face down makes the Cricut add the seam allowances on the back side of the fabric so you can see them during sewing. So put your fabric on your mat face down. I also align the top edge of the fabric with the top of the mat's sticky area and press down well, and then slowly unroll the fabric down the length of the mat. Avoid pulling or bunching the fabric as that will warp the quilt pieces. Roll over the whole piece of fabric with the brayer to make it stick to your mat really well. Follow the on-screen prompts to place the fabric pen and rotary blade in the correct clamps. Load your first machine mat and follow the prompts to draw and cut your pattern. When the first mat is done, gently lift a corner of the excess fabric to remove that before the cut pieces. If any small threads are keeping the pieces together, carefully snip them with scissors. Then use blunt tweezers to carefully lift the quilt pieces off the mat. Don't pull too hard or the pieces might warp. Stack the matching pieces to keep everything straight, and then repeat for the other mats. Step 6. Assemble your mini quilt. Lay out your pieces to match your chosen pattern on a table. If you want to change the placement of any colors, you can also do that now. There are many different ways to sew quilt blocks like this together, but I'm going to show you how to build it using squares. Once you understand the process, you can do each step for the whole quilt all at once or work panel by panel, whichever you like more. Make sure your thread is a good quality, neutral or matching or even contrasting if you want a different look, and it's in your bobbin and on your spool. Place a fresh needle in your sewing machine and set the straight stitch length to about 12 stitches per inch. Set up your iron and pressing area nearby to save time as well. Our quilt top is made up of 4 star panels. Each panel has 4 star points, and each star point is made of 4 squares, one using the background and 3 two-tone squares made from an accent triangle and a background triangle. So we'll build up those components starting with the two-tone squares. Grab the square and 6 triangles that make up the top left star point. Place a background triangle and accent triangle right sides together and make sure the long edges and points line up. Pin or clip the layers to keep them in place. Sew along the long edges seam allowance. Remember to remove the pin before you sew over it. You don't need to lock your stitches at the beginning or the end since the pieces will all be sewn together later. Repeat for the other 2 pairs of triangles. If you sew the wrong line or want to fix some wobbly stitches, use your trusty seam ripper and then try again. Lay the new squares face down on your pressing area and press the seams flat and open. If you fold the squares with the wrong sides together, you'll see some parts of the seam allowance pop out at the corners. These are called dog ears, and they can be difficult to sew over. You can trim them flush with the square if you like. Some Cricut quilt patterns cut shapes that keep the dog ears from forming, but I find it easy enough to just trim them. To create the star points, place a two-tone square face up with the seam running from the top left to the bottom right on your workspace. Place your background square face down on top and pin along the left edge. Sew that seam allowance and then press the seam. Place the other 2 sewn squares face up so their accent colors create a solid V shape. Pretend that they're already sewn together and fold the left square on top of the right. Line up the left edge, pin, sew, and press as before. Place the new rectangles face up so they match your pattern. Fold the top rectangle down to cover the lower one. Line up the accent color points and pin them together at the bottom to help align your seams. Then line up the central vertical seam at the top. Pin those seams together to keep them lined up during sewing. Smooth out the rest of the top edges layers and add pins at either end to keep everything stable, and then sew along the top seam line. Unfold the star point and press your seams well. Make the other 3 star points for your first panel using the same steps and following the pattern colors. Since you can just turn them in place to change the orientation, this can go faster than you think. Treat the 4 star points like the smaller squares to sew the vertical seams for the top and bottom, and then the horizontal seam to complete the panel. Take your time lining up the points and seams as they multiply, and don't be afraid to rip a seam to redo it if you need to. I get very familiar with my seam ripper when I'm sewing, so don't be afraid of it. Repeat these steps to create the other 3 star panels following your pattern. Again, treat the panels just like the original squares to align your seams and points. Don't be afraid to use lots of pins and clips to keep everything in line. Sew the correct seams and press everything to see your beautiful quilt top. Pair up the rectangles right sides so you have 4 sets. Pin and sew the seam on a short edge of each set, then press them open. Set 2 pairs aside for the left and right borders. Place a small square face down on each end of the other long rectangles and sew the seams. Then press them open. Place the long rectangles right sides together along the left and right edges of the panel assembly. Line up the central seams to pin the center, then add more toward the edges. Sew and press open the side seams. Place the long rectangles with squares right sides together with the top and bottom edges. This time, pin the central seam in line with the panels and the square seams with the side border pieces. Sew and press open the last border seams. Step 7. Add the batting and the backing. Cut your backing fabric to 30 inches square. Iron the backing to remove any wrinkles and place it face down on a large table or a steady surface. Secure the left edge to the table with painter's tape, making sure the fabric is smooth but not stretched. Secure the opposite side, smoothing the fabric again, but don't pull it taut. Our goal is a flat square without puckers. Secure the top and bottom edges in the same way. Lay the batting on top of the backing and center it as best you can. Place the quilt top face up on the batting, right in the center. Cut your batting to 26 inches square. Starting in the center, pin all 3 layers together. You can bend some of your straight pins to scoop the fabric or even use magnets. Pin the layers together, trying to keep your pins in the seams, but don't go more than 3 inches between pins to keep it all secure. You are now ready to quilt. There are so many ways to quilt: straight lines, freeform, or using the patches as a guide. For this quilt, I'm choosing to sew around all of the white shapes using a straight stitch about 10 to 11 stitches per inch. Add some quilting stitches at least every 3 inches to keep the layers from bunching up during use and washing. Step 8. Bind the quilt. Trim the excess batting and backing to be flush with the quilt top. Add some more quilting lines if any areas seem loose. There are so many ways to bind quilts, but I find double fold bias tape the easiest. So open the bias tape at the center seam and place the quilt's edge between the layers. The quilt edge should touch the folded tape but not push it out. Make sure the tape's edges are lined up so your stitches will catch it on the quilt top and bottom. Pin the tape in place along one edge of the quilt all the way to a corner. Set your sewing machine to use a straight stitch about 10 to 11 stitches per inch at a 1/4 inch seam allowance from the edge on the quilt. Be sure to lock your beginning stitch and sew along the tape. When you get close to the corner, angle your stitches down for the last 1/2 inch and sew off the edge of the quilt. Then trim your thread. To bind the corner, fold the unattached section of tape to meet the next quilt edge, like you're going to glue just the edge to the center of the tape. Don't make it such a tight bend that the corner distorts, however. Sections of tape will pop out at the corner, but we'll fix them. Squish the bumps down with your fingers and pin them nicely in place. Pin the rest of the tape to that edge. Start sewing again by locking your start stitch. Go over the folded tape at the corner and continue along the edge. When you're a few inches away from the tape's beginning, cut your remaining tape so it overlaps the start by 2 inches. Unfold the tape at the end and fold the raw edge in by a 1/4 inch. Then refold the creases. Continue sewing, letting the folded tape overlap the beginning. You can sew a second line of top stitching over the binding if you'd like. Lock your stitches, trim, and you are done. If any of the fabric marker shows, gently hand or machine wash the quilt with cold water and mild detergent. Hang it to dry, and the marker will disappear. Isn't that awesome? Look what we can make. It is so cool. You can make this. You can. You just need to be patient. If you are new to sewing, sewing is actually really easy. Sewing, because if you don't sew, you might not know this. Sewing was my very first craft. When I was quite young, my mother and my grandmother taught me how to do it on a Kenmore that I still have, but it doesn't work. Also a manual sewing machine, very simple, basic sewing. You do not need a fancy sewing machine to sew. In fact, I think it's a little easier to use a basic sewing machine like this. Lots of questions, so let's dive in. Lo asks, can you cut a quilt pattern out of cardstock for to just do it by hand, like with a rotary cutter? Do I have my rotary blade? My rotary blade, I don't see it. Maybe over there. I can't quite get it. Totally. You can cut it out of cardstock and then just use it to cut it. Absolutely. A lot of people do that when they want to just cut by hand. They'll cut it out of cardstock or something like that. That makes it easy to cut a pattern with. Karen asks if you can cut this on the Joy. I have not had any success cutting fabric on the Cricut Joy, and the Cricut does not say that fabric is supported on the Joy. That doesn't mean it's not possible. I just haven't had any success doing it. Anne says, can we use other things like shirts, baby clothes, and fleece? You have to be cautious because some of those might be stretchy, and if your fabric is stretchy, that goes into the realm of not beginner sewing. Stretchy fabric is difficult to sew. So if it's like 100% cotton, but even then, so if it's most t-shirt cotton, maybe cotton, but it's the way it's woven allows it to stretch so it's more comfortable. So maybe not as a beginner. Later on, yes, you can make that awesome t-shirt quilt, but I really recommend, if you want to do that, that you bond with heat and bond the back so it stabilizes and doesn't stretch on you. Okay, so if you want to try that, you'll want to bond it with heat and bond or something like that, or some other kind of fusible stabilizer. Sandy says, do you need a sewing machine to make this? People have been making quilts for hundreds and hundreds of years before we had sewing machines. You can totally sew this by hand. I probably have done more hand sewing than machine sewing in my life. Everything can be sewn by hand. That is what I have learned. Everything can. So including embroidery, I have done much hand embroidery too. So yes, you don't have to have a sewing machine. It just goes faster. I love using tools to craft with because it speeds everything up. But if you don't have a sewing machine, just get yourself a hand sewing needle and some cotton thread and sew by hand. Barbara says, do you pre-wash your fabric? I typically don't. The only time I ever pre-wash my fabric is when, let's say I'm making a dress for myself and it's 100% cotton or especially 100% linen, and it is going to shrink and expand like crazy, like it's going to be a lot of variation, then I will basically pre-shrink it. I don't bother with that for something like this. So no, we didn't pre-wash this. Cheryl says, what is the seam allowance that you're using this pattern? It is 1/4 inch. Jill asks, if you are using the Explorer, is there a special fabric blade? No. Now, technically, there is one that is sold. It is in a pink housing. This one right here. But the thing is that this, as far as I can tell, this blade is exactly the same as this blade. These are the same. This is the fine point blade that comes with all the Cricuts. This is the fabric blade. So you can get the pink one if you like and reserve it for fabric, but honestly, if you keep your blade clean, it's not necessary. I have it because I got it because I was curious, but I just use the fine point blade on my Explorer. It's the same. That's the honest truth. Betty says, can you omit the drawing of seams? You totally can. You can just delete out all those layers and not do the seams. It is easier to see where your seam lines are. So if you're willing to do that, I recommend it, but you do not have to. Julie asks, with the Cricut Explorer, can I use the bonded fabric blade instead of the rotary blade? Yes. So this pink blade that I just showed you, this is the bonded fabric blade that Cricut sells. I think that they sell this blade so that we can keep them separate, right? So we know this is my fabric blade, right? And also to help you understand that you can cut fabric on your Explorer, because many people think that they have to use the rotary blade. I'm looking for mine right now. I don't see my rotary blade, sorry. If you have the Maker, definitely use the rotary blade. It is really amazing. If you have the Explorer, you can use this blade if you like, but you can also use the regular fine point blade. Okay. Jody says, do you have to use the pink mat? This is the pink mat right here. So no, you don't have to. I have cut fabric on the green mat, but the pink mat is a little thicker and it's better for the rotary tool. So if you are cutting on with the rotary tool on the Maker, I do recommend this mat. But I have also cut on my Explorer, I've used the green mat. So you could probably get away with the green mat. You're going to want it to be pretty sticky though. And also know that once you use that green mat for fabric, that you're not using it for anything else. Let's see. Kay says, what size needle did you use? I used a general purpose needle and it was size 14. So it's funny, for, I don't know, the first 20 years of my sewing life, I only ever used like one needle until one day I'm like, why does this not work? And then that's when I think I was in my late teens. I was trying to sew a dress and I think it was satin or something. So yeah, just a general purpose needle. This is a nice beginner project. You don't need anything special for this. The needle that comes with your sewing machine will be just fine. Okay. Katie says, I have an older singer which works well. Is a serger necessary? No, we do not use a serger at all. A serger is used for binding edges so they don't unravel or fray. And it's useful for especially garment making, like clothing, or like when I make my sweater coat, I used a serger when I did that. We don't need a serger for this project. And if you do ever need to bind your edges because you're worried about them fraying, you can just use a zigzag stitch on your sewing machine. I didn't have a serger for the longest time. I just zigzagged everything. Crazy Flamingo Ladies asks, does it have to be a fabric pen? Yes, if you want your pen lines to come out. If you use a regular pen, they probably won't wash out, or they'll stain, or they'll bleed, and it'll ruin your beautiful quilt. Use this fabric pen. It works really well. It fits right into your Cricut. It is awesome. I have a bunch of these and I love them. Kathy says, do you want to cut their fabric pretty side down or up? If you're using the pen, you want to cut it pretty side down so that your seam lines go on the back side of your fabric. Jenna says, can you cut it in more than one layer? Oh, you mean like, can you stack layers of so that you can do like 4 layers of fabric at one time? If that's what you mean, no, it won't work on the Cricut. What would happen is it would attempt to cut one, it would attempt to cut and everything would just slide all over and jam up your machine. So, and it's true for paper and vinyl and everything else that we cut on our Cricut, 1 layer only on our Cricut. Kay Ostvij says, can we use the Easy Press to press the fabric? Totally. I got out my Easy Press right here. This is the 9x9 inch Easy Press. It's awesome for pressing fabric for a quilt. You can use the bigger one too. I do recommend when you're pressing to use the nice big mat. I found that more helpful because this is a pretty big project. This is the 18 by 24 inch mat. This is the pressing mat. I love Cricut's pressing mats. I use them for all of the things that I press now. I only get out my ironing board when I have like a dress that's just way too big. But like this apron, we totally iron it with the Easy Press and the pressing mat. It works great. I love it better than my iron because it's so big. The platen is so big on it. Barbara asks, what is the difference between quilt sew line and a regular sew line? So when we quilt, like what I showed you in the video, that's basically top stitching for those of you who know sewing. And there's really not any difference. This is a nice beginner project. It's basically going to be, it's the same basic thing. It's a simple basic stitch. I think I said 10 to 11 stitches per inch. Honestly, it's not if you want to go bigger, it's okay, right? Though that's not super tiny either, somewhere in the middle. So in this case, there's not really a difference. That said, you can definitely get much fancier with quilting. I saw people in the comments talking about having fancy quilting sewing machines. I don't have one of those, so I can't even comment on those, but I know that you can do a lot of really cool fancy things. But we're starting out, we're learning, and I personally think that when we're learning, we stick with nice, simple, basic tools, nice, simple, basic things. So a basic sewing machine, basic stitches can make this awesome quilt. Okay, this is really cool. If you could touch it, you would be like, oh my gosh, I have to make this. It feels so good. Crazy Aunt Tammy says, do we need to use the 12 by 24 inch mat? That's what we have in our material list. Let me just double check. Like, I feel like you could get away with the short one. I'm checking right now on our mat to see if I don't actually see it listed on this page here, or I'm probably missing it. We used it because the reason is because you can get more cut at a time. You put your fabric on it and you get more gets done quicker. So, but you don't have to. These are all pretty small pieces. I think that you would be fine. It's possible that our, when we do our binding here, no, I think that everything would fit on the 12 by 12 inch mat. So you could do that. Yes. Laura says, how big is one panel? One panel is about 11 inches square, so that you can plan if you want to make smaller or bigger. Writer's Corner says, what setting do you cut heat and bond on the maker? That's a great question. I think that there's a setting for it. We can go over and look right now. Are we okay on time? Yes, I have a few minutes. So let me go over to Cricut Design Space, because I think that there is. This is our project from our last workshop, so I'll click cancel here. I mean, I can pretend that we're going to cut these blue ones. I'll just delete. We'll cut these. Let's pretend we're cutting these panels out. Got my Maker 3 selected, and we're going to cut on mat, confirm, continue. My Maker 3 should be connected. I had it connected earlier, so let's give it a second. There we go. Okay, we click Browse All Materials, and I think it's called like fusible interfacing. This is what you would use for heat and bond. So heat and bond is a brand name of fusible interfacing. So go for that. That's the right one. Okay. And Cindy says, can you add block sections to make the quilt larger? Absolutely. You could make a quilt that fits on a king-size bed with this block pattern. This is a classic block pattern, and you can make a full-size quilt with it. I didn't want everyone to make full-size quilts if you're just starting. I know many of you will be new to this. I know we totally have quilting pros in here who know way more than I do, but it's fun to learn a new craft. It really is. It opens up so many doors, and often when we learn something new, we can apply what we've learned to what we already know. It's really, really valuable. So I'd like to introduce you to new things too. Jennifer Craft says, can this be modified to make placemats like festive holiday tables? Yes, 2 panels would make an awesome placemat. Just here, let me show you. 2 panels. Here we go. And then you bind the top and you will have an amazing, awesome, amazing. Can you imagine? It would look so cool. A placemat made with quilts. Oh my gosh, I would love that. Super cozy. That's what that would be. Really cozy. Laura says, do we have to recalibrate every time we remove the blade for replacement? I don't think so. For some reason, that question's stumping me. I don't remove my blade for replacement. I clean my blade. So this is not something that I ever do. I literally don't change my blade. I don't. I just clean it. So that should tell you how I really don't know. Does anyone in the chat know whether or not we need to calibrate every time we remove the blade for replacement? I feel like I should know the answer to this, but I don't know. Sorry. Someone in the chat, please let us know if you've had to do this. Recalibration is always useful. If you ever have an issue, just recalibrate. And one last question, please explain using contact paper on the mat to protect it. Well, I don't think I said that in the video, but I have used transfer tape on my mat to protect it. So maybe other people have used contact paper. But basically, when you cut fabric, your pink mat or whatever mat you're using is going to get really covered in fuzz and threads, and especially if you like cut felt. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. So if it really bugs you, what you can do is you can cover it all with a sheet of transfer tape, sticky side up, and use that to cut. And then when you just cannot handle it anymore, you take off the transfer tape. It'll be in little pieces because it gets cut as you cut. But then you are left with a sticky mat again. And if you want, you can put a fresh piece of transfer tape on it to keep it clean. So that's what I have done but I only really do it when I cut felt because felt is really messy. I don't really bother when I'm cutting cotton. Cotton's pretty good. Mostly all you get from cotton are some threads that are very easily removed with some tweezers. All right, so I hope that you make this. I've already seen some of our VIP pass holders make this quilt, which makes me super happy. If you make it, please share a photo. I love seeing your photos. If I didn't answer your question, please come ask us in our Cricut Crafters group that is over at jennifermaker.com/cricketcrafters. It's the perfect place also to post your photos if you're not in our VIP group. Another place that you can ask for help is over in my sewing group at jennifermaker.com/sewing-group. We would be happy to help you out. Now our next workshop is on how to put HTV or iron-on vinyl on wood, and it's coming up at the top of the hour. You can learn more about the next workshop and look over at supply list at jennifermaker.com/417. So please take a break, stretch your legs, get some more coffee or tea, and we'll begin right here on the hour in the same live stream. Hello everyone, Jennifer Maker here. Let's learn how to put HTV on wood signs. You can totally do this. I'm going to show you how. Here are our signs, and instead of using adhesive vinyl, we used HTV. Let me give you a quick look at them. Here is our wood round. Isn't that awesome? And here, I love this one. Every family has a story. Welcome to ours. And a cute little home sign, and you can use whatever you want right here. Aren't these cool? So many people don't know that you can put HTV on wood signs. Did you know? You totally can. HTV, also known as heat transfer vinyl, can be easier to weed and apply to a wood sign, and wood signs like these are so much fun to make, especially when you customize them. So these HTV wooden signs add the perfect touch to any home. They also make great gifts during the holidays, birthdays, just about any occasion, because you can personalize them for whatever and whomever you want. Now you'll find the complete supply list for this project at jennifermaker.com/417. You can see the link right here on my screen, but let me show you everything you need to make this project. I'll grab the tote from my dream box, and I'm going to take down this little link here because I always forget to take the links down. And I'll get everything out that we need. It's all right here. It's so nice to keep everything organized in the dream box. My team has been helping me, and I'm so grateful for them. Alrighty. So the first thing that we need is some wood. So let's get out the wood, and I will show you all the things. Wood, because you can actually use quite a bit of different kinds of wood for this project, because I know you're going to ask for that, so we're going to look at them each. Sorry. Let's get out all of our wood. Okay. We'll flip over a camera. So here is the different kinds of wood that we can use, and really pretty much anything if it's smooth enough. Okay, so we start with unfinished wood, and I have linked a couple different styles for you in the materials list, and you can choose the one that suits your preference. You can see there's different types. The real key here with your wood is to get it as smooth as you can. Now, that said, one of the nice things about using HTV or iron-on vinyl is that you can, it doesn't have to be quite as smooth as it needs to be for, let's say, adhesive vinyl, right? But still, the smoother, the better. Now also, this one right here, is this the right one? Making sure. No, I think this is the one that comes this way. Ah, yes, this one right here. So this one, you'll notice this is actually the same as this, but I didn't stain it. You might think I did, but I didn't. I actually used a faux wood stain effect using chalk paint, and you can see it also in our welcome sign. So you can just use chalk paint, and I'll show you how to do that in the video if you would like to have something, darker. So you don't have to stain it. You can, of course, stain it if you like to, but I actually think it's a little easier to use the chalk paint to make a faux stain. Okay. Well, you could also use acrylic paint. We've done it with that too. Just regular old basic paint. Now we'll also need some vinyl. I have a bunch of vinyls here. We're looking for iron-on vinyl. Okay, so also known as HTV. HTV, by the way, stands for heat transfer vinyl. So there's like basically 3 different names for all the same product. Iron-on vinyl, heat transfer vinyl, HTV. So here I have the standard kind that comes on a roll that can be used in any Cricut, right? And then this is the Smart Iron-On that we can use in the Cricut Maker 3 and the Explorer 3. If you have a Cricut Joy, which you can totally do this project on it also, you can get Joy-sized Smart Vinyl. And what makes it smart, because everyone always asks me this, is that you don't need a mat when you use Smart Iron-On Vinyl. So it's super easy, just put it in and cut it. If you use this type, you need to have a mat. If you get this type, and you don't have a Cricut Maker 3 or Cricut Explorer 3, you can just put it onto a mat. All right, so we'll also need a way to press your HTV, such as a Cricut Easy Press. I got one right here, or an Easy Press Mini or an iron. You can also use that, and you'll want to have a pressing mat. And I'm going to show you how to use both the mini press and the regular Easy Press in this workshop. Other items that are good to have on hand include disposable gloves, if you're going to be painting, some damp paper towels for applying the optional paint, and if you decide to go with the wood round, like this, which is rougher, or anything that's rough, you'll want some sandpaper and also a respirator to be safe. Always be safe. And last but not least, you'll need a weeding tool, some scissors, a scraper, a brayer is great to have, and then of course your Cricut. Again, I am using my Cricut Maker 3 for this workshop, but you can use any Cricut for this project. Any Cricut you have will work for this. You could even, of course, use a craft knife and scissors. It just will take longer and be a little trickier. So let me show you where to find the free sign design files that we have prepared for you, because you can just make these, or of course you can customize them. You can make whatever you want when you make a sign. So I'm going to show you where to find these free files and then how to cut and press them so they look amazing. Step 1, prepare your wood. Before you can add heat transfer vinyl to your wood, you need to prep the wood itself. That way it can dry if you paint it, and you know how to size the design. As always, cover your work area with butcher paper to protect it. Working outside would be even better. Measure the area you want to decorate and make a note of the size. If you're making the wood slice round, it might actually look more like an oval, and that's totally okay. Just measure it as if it's a circle by using whichever dimension is smaller. Pick the orientation that you want your sign to be or your design to be on it, and measure the height and width accordingly. Don't measure the bark since we can't put vinyl on that. Write top on the back at the top edge so you don't change the orientation by accident. If you're using wood with an uneven surface, like you'd find on a wood slice, making the design area as smooth as possible will help a lot. To do this, put on a mask and sand the surface with 220 grit sandpaper. Once it's all smooth, brush off the dust and follow up with a damp paper towel, and then let it dry. For smooth wood, like prepared wood for signs, you can leave the surface bare or add some color. I use chalk paint like a stain, and I love the effect. To do this, put on disposable gloves to avoid getting too messy. Place a pea-sized amount of chalk paint on a damp paper towel and rub it into the wood, going with the grain. Apply just a little at a time so the grain still shows through. Allow about an hour for the paint to dry. Step 2. Get my free wood sign designs. Go to jennifermaker.com/417 and look for libraries in the red bar at the top. Then either click Get a Password if you don't yet have one, or click Enter the Library. You can find the designs on the page by searching for design number 417 and then click it to download the zip file with SVG files for cutting on a Cricut or another cutting machine, DXF files, and printable PDFs for cutting by hand. The collection includes 3 seasonal home designs and a welcome design. I'm going to show you a seasonal square design, a rectangular layered welcome sign, and how to create a custom design on a wood round. We'll use a Cricut cutting machine to cut out our heat transfer vinyl. Upload the SVG cut file to Cricut Design Space and add it to your canvas. If you're unsure how to do this, go to jennifermaker.com/svgs to learn how to unzip and upload. Once your designs are on the canvas, click Ungroup to work with the designs individually. Then select the designs you don't want to make right away and delete them. I'll show you how to make the home design with the snowflake first and then the welcome sign. Let's do the square seasonal home sign first. I'm going to add the home design with the snowflake to an 8-inch square wood sign. It's easier to visualize how the design will look by making a template the same shape and size of the sign. To do this, click on Shapes to the left of the canvas, then select the square in the free section to add it to your canvas. With the lock icon at the top closed, type the number 8 into the W field so the square matches the 8-inch square wood board in the material list, so that's the one that I used. If you're using a different wood sign, change the size to match it. Click the color box near Operation and change the color of the square to brown. Then click Arrange and select Send to Back. This way you can see the design on top of the square. Click and drag the home design over the square template. You want some open space around the design, so the design is 7 inches wide to create a 1/2 inch margin. You can make the design smaller if you prefer a larger margin. Once the sizing is set, you can delete the square template. Make sure the correct machine is selected and then click Make It. If you're prompted to select how you will load your material, make the appropriate selection. I'm going to use Smart Iron-On Vinyl with my Cricut Maker 3 cutting machine, so I select Without Mat. If you're using a different type of iron-on vinyl, select On Mat or multiple ways if you're using both types of vinyl, and then click Continue. Since we're using iron-on vinyl, toggle the mirror option on. Generally speaking, iron-on vinyl is always mirrored. If you notice that one of your materials needs to change its loading type, you can change it right above the material size. I changed my blue mat to On Mat since it's normal iron-on vinyl. If you're using Smart Iron-On Vinyl, trim your materials to the size indicated unless you're using the roll holder. Click back on the top mat and click Continue in the lower right corner. I'm going to use the material setting Smart Iron-On with more pressure. Make sure your clean 5-point blade is in the correct clamp, and then put your vinyl onto your mat shiny side down, or just if you're using Smart Vinyl, it just goes into your machine shiny side down with the mat side up during cutting. So to do this, you want to hold the first material by the rollers and press the arrows to load it. The machine will feed all of the vinyl through to check that it's long enough to cut the design. After it completes this step, press the flashing button to begin the cut. If you're using normal iron-on vinyl, place it matte side up or shiny side down on a green standard grip machine mat. Once the cut is complete, unload the material. Repeat the steps for all layers of vinyl. Trim any excess vinyl and then weed your designs. Now it's time to press the heat transfer vinyl to the wood. I had the best results by combining the Cricut Easy Press and the Cricut Easy Press Mini, which I'll demonstrate. You can use either tool or another heat press altogether with these techniques, however. Heat your heat press to 300 degrees Fahrenheit. The Mini should be set to low heat. Place your wood face up on a heat-resistant surface like a Cricut Easy Press pressing mat. If you added paint, make sure it's totally dry before you do this. When your press is at the right temperature, place a piece of butcher paper on the wood, if it's painted, for a bit of extra protection, and then preheat the wood for 5 seconds. Place the letters layer vinyl side down on the wood. Make sure it's centered on your wood. Press the design for 45 seconds with firm pressure. When it's cool, gently peel away the liner. If some parts of the vinyl start lifting off, replace the liner, heat the area for a few seconds, and use your scraper to press the hot vinyl into the wood. The carrier sheet should peel off just fine. I used the mini heat press for the snowflake. Place the white snowflake layer in position and press just that area for 45 seconds with firm pressure. Again, peel back the liner when it's cool. Finally, add the top snowflake layer. If the carrier sheet doesn't totally cover the lower layer, place the larger piece of carrier sheet on top. If you're using a larger heat source, press the final layer with firm pressure for 45 seconds, again avoiding the letters. Since I'm using the Mini, I pressed each snowflake in 2 sections for about 30 seconds each. Repeat the process with the same pressure and time. Now I want to show you how to do the welcome sign with layers. I'm going to add the layered welcome sign to the rectangular sign that's on my materials list. Again, it's easier to visualize with a template the same shape and size of the sign. So click the Shapes icon to the left of the canvas. Select the square in the free section and add it to your canvas. With the lock icon at the top open, not closed, but open, type 16.5 into the W field and type 6 into the H field, or whatever dimensions match your sign. If you're using a different item, change the size to match. Click the color box near Operation and change the color of the square to brown or the color of your painted sign. Then click Arrange and select Send to Back. This way you can see the design on top. Click and drag the welcome design over the rectangle template. With the lock icon closed this time, change the height to 5 inches or whatever height you need to create a 1/2 inch margin all around your sign. Once the sizing is set, you can delete the template. Make sure the correct machine is selected and click Make It. If you're prompted to select how you will load your material, make the appropriate selection. I'm using Smart Iron-On Vinyl with my Cricut Maker 3, so I select Without Mat. If you're using a different type of iron-on vinyl, select On Mat or multiple ways if you're using both types of vinyl. Then click Continue. Since we're using iron-on vinyl, be sure to toggle the mirror option on. If you're using Smart Iron-On Vinyl, trim your materials to the size indicated or use the Cricut roll holder. Click back on the top mat and then click Continue in the lower right corner. I'm going to use the material setting Smart Iron-On with more pressure. If you're using all of the same material, click Remember Material Settings. Make sure your clean fine point blade is in the correct clamp. And then you'll want to put your vinyl in so it's shiny side down or matte side up. So with Smart Iron-On Vinyl, you'll want to hold the first material by the rollers and press the arrows to load it into your machine. The machine will feed all of the vinyl through to check that it's long enough to cut the design. After it completes this step, you can just press the flashing button to begin the cut. Once the cut is complete, unload the material, and then repeat the steps for all of the layers of your vinyl. Trim any excess vinyl and weed your designs. Heat your Cricut Easy Press to 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Place your wood face up on a heat-resistant surface like a Cricut pressing mat. If you added paint, make sure it's totally dry. When it's at temperature, add some butcher paper first for added protection and preheat the wood for 5 seconds. Place the bottom layer of your design vinyl side down on the wood and make sure it's centered. Then press the design for 45 seconds with firm pressure. When it's cool, gently peel away the liner. If some parts of the vinyl start lifting off, replace the liner, heat the area for a few seconds, and use your scraper to really press the hot vinyl into the wood. The carrier sheet should peel off just fine after that. Place the second welcome layer into position. Add used pieces of your carrier sheet to cover the other vinyl areas to avoid damaging either that vinyl or your press. Press the welcome area for 45 seconds with firm pressure. Again, peel back the liner when it's cool. All right, now let's do the custom wood round. First, let's make a template for our design. Click on the Shapes icon and select a free circle. With the lock icon at the top closed, change the width to fit your round's dimension. I'll make mine 9 inches. Change the color to brown to help you test out your colors. Now click the text icon to add a text box. Then type an initial for the name that you're using. I'm going to add M for Maker. Click the font menu to pick the font that you want. I'm going to use the font Gildan, which you can get over at fontbundles.net, but you can choose any font you'd like. Remember, to find fonts that you've downloaded and installed on your system, you'll want to click the System tab before searching. If you need any help filtering and finding the best fonts, get my Cricut Font Finder cheat sheet over at jennifermaker.com/Cricut Fonts List. All right, now move the initial over on top of the circle. Then drag a corner of the text box to enlarge the letter so it fills up most of your template in the center. You don't want to go right to the edges. You always want to have a margin. Next, I'm going to add my family name in a script font. Click the text icon again, type the, and then change the font to one that you like. I chose Goldie Rainbow, which you can also purchase from fontbundles.net. Remember, to find any fonts you've downloaded, be sure to click System before you search for them. I also made the font smaller and I changed the color to white. With the text box still selected, click Duplicate at the top of the Layers panel. Double-click in a new text box and type the family name. I'll add Makers. Drag both text boxes over into position on the initial and resize them to fit. Make sure you can still read the initial, of course. We'll center everything at the end, so don't worry about that quite yet. Now click the text icon and type in EST, which is short for established, with the year that your family became official, whatever that means to you. Mine is 2017 because that's when we began calling ourselves the Maker family. I'm going to use Gildan font for this line and then make it black. Click and drag the text underneath the initial letter and resize it if needed. Now that all of the personalized elements are close to where you want them, hold the Shift key on your keyboard and select them all in the Layers panel. Click Align and center horizontally. Click in a blank area on the canvas to deselect the personalized layers. Now only select the initial and established date. Click Attach below the Layers panel. The newly attached layers will jump to the front and change colors, but don't worry. Use the color box to make them the color you want. I'll use white. And then hold down your Shift key and select the family name layers in the panel. Change the color to red and then click Attach. Once everything looks right, delete the circle template and it is ready to cut. Select the appropriate machine in the upper right corner and click Make It. I'm going to use Smart Iron-On Vinyl again using my Cricut Maker 3. So I choose without matte, but you need to choose whatever material is right for your vinyl. And then click Continue. Now since we're using Iron-On Vinyl, be sure to toggle that mirror option on. If you're using Smart Iron-On, trim your materials to the size indicated unless you're using the Cricut roll holder. Click back on the top mat and then click Continue in the lower right corner. I'm going to use the material setting Smart Iron-On with more pressure. For normal vinyl, just select Everyday Iron-On, and again, I recommend more pressure because it tends to give us cleaner cuts. If you're using all the same material for both your mats, click Remember Material Settings. Now make sure your clean fine point blade is in the correct clamp on your Cricut. If you're using Smart Iron-On Vinyl, the shiny side faces down and the matte side faces up during cutting. So hold the material by the rollers and press the arrows to load it. The machine will feed all of the vinyl through to check that it is long enough to cut the design. After it completes this step, just press the flashing button to begin the cut. If you're using normal iron-on vinyl, just place it matte side up, also shiny side down, on a green standard grip machine mat, and then load that into your Cricut. Once the cut is complete, unload the material and repeat the steps for the other color. Trim any excess vinyl and then weed your designs. Now we're going to press it, and I do recommend adding a layer of butcher paper when heating a tree slice like this to protect your step from any sap that could come out during the heating process. And I'm going to use my Cricut Easy Press. So we heat the Cricut Easy Press to 300 degrees Fahrenheit. You could also use your Cricut Mini Press, and you'll want to heat that to medium. Place your wood on a heat-resistant surface, like a Cricut Easy Press pressing mat. Use a lint roller to remove any last little bits of dust that you might not have gotten off, and then lay the butcher paper on top. When the heat press gets to the right temperature, preheat the entire surface for 15 seconds. Remove the butcher paper to position the first layer with the initial face down. Replace the butcher paper and press with firm pressure for 45 seconds. Remove the butcher paper and gently but firmly press the hot heat transfer vinyl into the wood with your scraper tool. Even though Smart Iron-On on wood calls for a cool peel, I removed the liner while it was still warm with good results. If some parts lift off, just use the mini or part of the larger press to add more heat to those areas. Now position the next layer of vinyl face down, using your screen as a reference if needed for placement. You can use heat transfer tape if you'd like to keep it still while you're pressing. Cover the design with butcher paper again and press firmly for 45 seconds. Remove the butcher paper and scrape the design to push the hot vinyl into the wood even more. Once the liner has cooled some, test if the vinyl has adhered fully by gently pulling up the plastic. If some vinyl lifts with the liner, it's okay, but just put the plastic back into place. And then, without replacing the butcher paper, just make sure to keep your heat source from touching the wood directly. Use the mini or part of the large press to heat the stubborn areas, really focusing on the warmth and pressure. Let the project cool, and the design should stick with no problems. Remove the liner and enjoy your beautiful work. Wasn't that awesome? I love watching our videos too. They're so cool. I see lots of questions, so I'm going to just jump right into the questions so I can get through it as many as I can. All right, so Allison asks, can you do heat transfer vinyl on painted wood? Yes, you totally can. I mean, this one is painted, this one is painted, so yes, you totally could. It can be bare wood, it can be sealed wood, it can be painted wood. You have all the choices. If you do want to do this, I recommend that you cover the area with a piece of butcher paper to protect the easy press or your iron or whatever you're using from getting any paint transferred to it, right? So you want to protect the surface of your iron or easy press. Cindy asks, do you treat the wood after you apply the HTV? I don't typically ever treat my signs after I've applied vinyl. Some people do, but I don't. So it is personal preference. I think the vinyl is more than worthy of standing up to the elements. I have my very first sign I ever made is my long welcome vertical sign. It's from, I think, like 4 years ago now. It sits on my porch every day. It's the reversible one. And, in fact, it's time to reverse it over to the Believe side. It's doing great. It does not have any sealing on it at all. Bonnie asks, can you use Dollar Tree round and square wood for this? Yes, you totally can. You can use basically whatever wood you have, including your barn wood, but you really want it to be as smooth as you can get it. Even if it's not, because often those are rougher, right? If you use something else, the Dollar Tree stuff is very smooth, but like if it's wood, like reclaimed wood, you'll want to make sure it's sanded really well, and be cautious of any parts that could be raised more than others. So with this one, this is perfectly flat. Like, even though the bark is attached to it, it is not any higher than the surface itself. So you wouldn't want an uneven surface. If you had an uneven surface, your easy press, your iron, your heat press could not get a nice clean contact with your vinyl, and it wouldn't be able to adhere. So the key is nice and flat, as smooth as you can get it. And you can always sand. Anything can be sanded. Kath asks if you can use bamboo. You can totally use bamboo. You can use pretty much any wood. You just want it to be smooth. Lou says, can you use infusible ink sheets? That is a great question, Lou. So we actually have a tutorial on how to sublimate on wood coming up. It's not during Maker Academy weekend, but it's in the works. We're researching it all right now, so watch for that. But the easy answer is right now you can if you treat your surface, or you buy special wood that's already pre-treated for you. Wood itself can't be sublimated onto, which is infusible ink, right? That's a sublimation product, but you can put things onto your wood that will then accept your sublimation ink. And in fact, tomorrow when we talk about how to sublimate on canvas, you will see many ways that you can do that. So sorry, we got that question. Okay, Ashley says, I just used chalk paint on my wood sign with a damp paper towel as suggested, but my paper towel started flaking. Do you have any suggestions to avoid this? That might happen if your wood is too rough, right? Because it's like shredding your paper towel as you do that. So my suggestion is to go back and sand it and make sure it's smoother. That would be the best way to avoid that, because if you want to do that faux staining technique, you want to use a damp paper towel. You could, of course, move up from a paper towel to, let's say, a shop towel. So those blue shop towels, they don't shed. They're lint free, so that might work a little better. But it's really an indicator that your wood isn't smooth enough, I think. Latanya says, can you use a clamshell heat press on the wood? You totally can. I just don't have one. Well, I mean, I do, but I just don't use it because I use my easy presses or my Cricut AutoPress. But you can use it. I don't know the exact temperature or pressure setting, so you'll need to do some experimentation. But yes, you totally can use a traditional clamshell press, the kind that comes down like this. You can also use the Cricut AutoPress. Pamela asks if I ever use a Teflon sheet. Honestly, I rarely use one. I prefer to use parchment paper, butcher paper whenever I need to protect a surface, mostly because I can always use a clean sheet and I don't ever have to worry about it. I have some Teflon sheets. I use them from time to time, but usually I prefer the parchment or butcher paper, just my personal preference. You certainly could be using those instead though. Kathy asks, do you have to use an easy press with the vinyl projects or can you use an iron? You can use an iron, but I started doing all of my iron-on vinyl projects with an iron. I had only an iron for like the first year. The lavender easy press I have, that was a Mother's Day gift from Greg when he saw me like making things with my iron. He's like, hey, there's this easy press. You should try this. And once I moved up to the easy press, I realized it was a lot easier, like to get consistent results. So you can use an iron. You just may need some trial and error to figure out the right setting to do it, right, on your iron, because it doesn't have a nice little temperature control or a timer or anything like that. Sandra says, why are you not using butcher paper on top of the design before pressing? So the cool thing about Cricut HTV iron on vinyl is that its liner is thick enough to protect the surface. So we don't really need it. The liner itself is more than adequate to protect things. So you can just use the liner that it's built into it, right? The liner is built into the iron on vinyl. So you'll see me do that a lot. I often, when I press iron on vinyl, you don't see me using any kind of Teflon sheet or butcher paper unless I'm trying to protect something else. Sorry, but I don't need to protect the vinyl from the press when I have that liner in place. Jill says, can I layer glitter HTV and regular HTV on my sign? Yes, you can, but remember you have to start with your regular HTV, or in Cricut parlance, it's Cricut Everyday Iron-On. That needs to be your base layer, and any extra special HTV needs to be your top layer, right? Because you can't layer anything. Well, I mean, sometimes you can, but it often will come off. So you don't really want to layer anything on top of glitter. You really just want to have, if you're going to have glitter, it needs to be your very top layer of your vinyl sandwich, so to speak. Teresa asks, can you use smart vinyl on a maker and just trim the vinyl to what size you need? Well, smart vinyl needs to be, I'm not sure if I understand the question, but I'm going to do my best to answer. Smart vinyl does need to be the full width when you put it in, because it uses the sides of it because there's no mat. If you have a Maker 3 or Explorer 3, you need your smart vinyl to be the original width. It can be a different length, of course. Now, if you're talking about an original maker or a Cricut Explore Air 2, you can totally use smart vinyl, but you'll need to cut it to the size you want it to and put it onto your mat. So if that's what you meant, then yes. Donna asks, when layering HTV on wood, do you press each layer for the full time, or do you only tack down the first layer and then press the second layer for the full time like we do with t-shirts? So when it's just 2 layers, it's fine to do pretty much the full time. Like, it's not a big deal. When you start having like a bunch of layers, that's when you want to just tack them down. But here's the thing, we're putting this onto the surface is not like, iron-on vinyl was never really intended for wood. That's why this is the first time I'm really talking about it. Normally we use adhesive vinyl on wood. In fact, I want you to see something so that you understand this. So I'm going to hold up this one. I want you to look, let's see if we can get this nice and close. I want you, do you see how at the top of the H, you see that kind of halo there? That's the adhesive from the iron-on vinyl essentially smooshing out from underneath, because wood is just not anywhere near as porous as like a piece of fabric is. And so it doesn't have the ability to seep into the surface on wood the way it does on a shirt. So that's why it's, that's why usually we use adhesive vinyl, but iron-on vinyl is a lot easier to weed and place. So that's why it can be really helpful. That said, just tacking it down may not be enough to stick it the way that it would, say, to a t-shirt. So you can try it, but you might not get it to stay. You might need to do more than just tacking it down. That's the best answer I have for that. So if you're able to, totally just tack it down if you have multiple layers. If you just have 2 layers, it's no big deal. Just don't worry about it. It's fine. Brandy says, is there a way to make these for outdoor? If you're going to put them outside, like where they're actually going to get rained on and, have to deal with all the elements, then you'll probably want to seal your wood and use permanent vinyl instead of iron-on vinyl. Like I did with my signs, my welcome sign, my porch sign. Those are, actually it's not sealed on top. It's, it's not even sealed on the bottom. It just has chalk paint. I don't think I put polyurethane on it at all. But that one is actually on a covered porch. It's not right outside. If you're going outside, like where it's literally getting all the elements on it, you're going to want to seal your wood for sure, because wood will expand if it gets wet, and then that can kind of mess everything up, right? So yeah. Lisa says, why do you change the font color? That's a great question. So we change it because if it's all black, it'll all just try to cut out together, right? And we don't necessarily want it. We're putting red, if we're putting red into our machine, but we really want red and black because we want 2 different colors. We don't want everything cut out of red. We have to change the color so our Cricut knows we want a different mat, or we want to change a vinyl. So it doesn't try to hopefully put it together for us onto the same mat. So we change our color so that we're basically, that's a way of saying to the Cricut, I'm using different vinyl for these. Please don't mush them together for me, like onto the same mat. Sylvie asks, does parchment paper work as well as, let's say, butcher paper? And yeah, it pretty much does for HTV. When we're doing sublimation, I recommend butcher paper over parchment paper, but for HTV, they're pretty much interchangeable. What you don't want to use is wax paper or freezer paper, because both of those are coated. Wax paper has wax on it. Freezer paper has plastic on it. Both will melt into your project if you heat them. So don't use any wax or freezer paper as a protective covering when you're doing heat pressing. Susie says, is the slat sign with the heart HTV? Does it sink in between? I want to show you this because not really. And so this is an example of one that we tried and I don't really like. Yes, it worked, but it doesn't really sink in between. So and that's why we didn't recommend this one. So let's see if I can show you from the side here. You see how it kind of did, but it's because this is totally different. Like this is not, while the wood itself is smooth, this is a lower level than this is, right? And you can see it tried, right? But it doesn't look anywhere near as good as, let's say, this one here, right? This one looks amazing. Look how smooth it is. It looks really good. So I even like the matte on it. The matte instead of shiny, matte, because that's iron-on vinyl for you right there. So, you know, it did work. It is definitely stuck on there, but it doesn't look as good because of the different heights of it. But it did, you know, so it's personal preference whether you want to try that or not. That's a great question. Thank you for asking that question so I could show you. Frida says, can you remove HTV after it's applied? Well, if it's a t-shirt, yes, there are some ways to do it, but wood, it's going to be tougher. So the key to removing HTV after you put it onto something is to heat it up again. So yes, you could heat it up again and then immediately with a pair of tweezers so you don't burn yourself, attempt to take it off. But honestly, it's going to be tough and it's not going to look very good because you're going to have all that adhesive left on it. I've never attempted to take HTV off of wood, so I don't know how messy it would be. Maybe it's no big deal. I'm not sure. Maybe you can take off any adhesive that's left by sanding it. If you sand, please be safe and use a respirator. You don't want all that gunk in your lungs. And Don says, what's the difference between HTV and permanent vinyl on wood? So HTV has an adhesive that is heat activated and it's intended to like sort of seep into the surface. Wood is not porous like a t-shirt, so it doesn't quite seep in, but it's good enough and it's nice because it's easier to weed and it's easier to place without getting it crooked. Permanent vinyl, on the other hand, is not heat activated. It's just sticky to the touch. And it's probably my first choice for wood, but it is harder to weed and it's harder to get positioned. So, you know, I think that this is one of those things where you should try both and decide for yourself which one you like best. Some people swear by iron-on vinyl on wood. This is the only thing they do for wood. They love it. Other people really only want to put permanent vinyl on wood. So this is, I would consider this like an option, something to try out. I think it turned out amazing. Like, look at this. Let's just take another look at it. Like, it's really cool. I love how this is super flaky. So beware if you get the wood rounds, it's definitely going to make a huge mess. But when I saw in the comments some people asking if they could just use their own, yeah, you totally can. Just make sure you got them sanded really well. And of course, if you just cut down a tree, you're going to want to give it some time to dry, right? Unless it's a really old tree and it's already dried for you. It's a good idea to keep them somewhere out of humidity and flat so that when you go to put your things on it, it's nice and dry because humidity is not usually our friend, especially in heat pressing. But I think that they look really awesome. Do you like them? Now you can see the adhesive at the edges, so I want you to know that that's really typical. You can kind of see it shining there a little bit. It's not on every edge, right? But that is the adhesive, and it will sneak out a little bit at the edges. But you kind of have to know to look for it, right? If you don't know that that's what that is, it kind of just looks like a little halo around it. Troy asks, why is HTV easier to weed? I don't know, but it's not sticky, right? So it's adhesive, it's heat activated rather than just being sticky automatically. So I think that's one reason, but I think there's more. It's something about the way the vinyl is, there's whatever. It's just easier to weed and take off without making a mess. So I find it easier. Perhaps other people don't, but I'm not the best weeder there is. And I prefer iron-on vinyl when it comes to weeding. So I think the fact that it's not sticky makes a big difference. Shelly says, could you combine HTV with permanent vinyl on wood? I don't know, but I feel like you could, but you'd have to put your HTV on first, then put your permanent vinyl over that. You wouldn't want to heat your permanent vinyl. Like, I don't know what kind of toxic gases could be released then, so I wouldn't advise that. So you'd want to first do iron-on vinyl and then permanent vinyl. But I haven't tried it. I don't know how it would look. All right, our last question is from Lindsay, and she says, does the type of paint matter? I tried acrylic paint on wood and then tried to iron on and a wooden stick. So we're using chalk paint, but we're also not using very much. We're brushing it on a really light stroke so that it looks like faux stain. If you're having a problem getting your vinyl to stick to wood, to paint, it might be I don't know. I mean, normally chalk paint is acrylic paint. It's just also got, what's that compound in it that makes chalk? It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't remember. Anyways, I once made my own chalk paint. Actually, I think it's on my blog when I made my desk. I think that I put it on there. But before, you could easily get chalk paint in the stores. People will just make it. But chalk paint is acrylic paint. We're just not using a ton. So that might be a reason why you're having an issue. I'm not sure. We haven't experimented with that. I'm sure we will in the future, and then we'll know. Maybe if someone in the chat knows, you could help out. Who asked that question? I've already forgotten. I'm sorry. But I would love, there's so many of us have different experiences here and can share. It does not only have to come from me. I watch the chat during our videos, and I love that you all help each other out. It's a really, really big deal. All right, if I didn't get the chance to answer your question, please still come over to our Cricut Crafters group over at jennifermaker.com/CricutCrafters. Post your question there. Share the photo of whatever you're struggling with, because that helps us, and we will help you out. Now, our next session is our Lunch and Learn with some help and advice on how to price crafts to sell. These would be awesome to sell with Cori George, and then we have some giveaways at the end. Our workshops will resume at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. So I'm going to take a quick break so we can put our signs away, get out our lunch. So everyone, please go stretch your legs, go get your own lunch, and join me as we listen to Cori and we talk about how we determine the right price for our crafts when we want to sell them. So I'll see you back here at the top of the hour. Hello, everybody. There we go. It's lunchtime, and that means it's time for our Lunch and Learn session. And our second Lunch and Learn, we're going to chat with Cori George from Hey, Let's Make Stuff and dive into how to price crafts to sell. So I'm going to make sure, because I kind of messed this up yesterday, I want everything to go smoothly. You can hear me. Mic is on. I'm going to turn that mic off when we start. I've got my lunch. Do you have your lunch too? What is everyone having for lunch? Let me know in the chat. Got tea for my voice. I had a recommendation yesterday to take some tea, and I had a little cough today, so we definitely need to drink some tea. All right, so I think we're ready to go. So we pre-record our Lunch and Learns, so you won't be able to ask Cori questions live. I don't know if she's here. I should have asked her to come. That would have been a great idea, maybe next year. But if she's here, maybe she can answer questions. I don't think she is, though. I'll remember that for next time we do this. You can always contact Cori over at her website, and all of her contact links will be in our Lunch and Learn video at the end too. Toast and pudding, vegan ramen, hummus and veggies. Someone just had breakfast. Yeah, sometimes I accidentally skip breakfast too, but breakfast is the most important meal of the day. It truly is. Oh my goodness, look at all these yummy things you're having. Crab cake sandwich, apples and peanut butter with coffee. We have beef stroganoff in the back for our team, and I am eating my favorite thing that I like to have because it's so easy, and it's meat and cheese and veggies, so crackers, and I have tea. Okay. Are we ready to do this? So I am going to make sure I get the mic right this time. Of course, if you hear us talking, let us know in the chat, because often it's so hard. We do have like a feed in the other room, but there's like a delay. And so I thank you in advance for your patience and grace with us during live video. We're all doing our best here. Okay. I think we got it. I'm super excited for you to hear this chat with Cori. She is amazing and awesome, and she has so much to teach us. All right, let's do this. Make sure I have the right one. I'm so afraid to mess up, but I got this. I can do this. Welcome to our second Lunch and Learn, where we dive into topics that matter to makers. Today, I am overjoyed to welcome Cori George. Cori is the creative mind behind the website and digital shop, Hey, Let's Make Stuff. She loves inspiring people to make their lives more fun with Cricut and Glowforge crafts, sublimation tutorials, SVG downloads, fun printables, and simple DIY projects. Cori is here with us today to talk about pricing crafts to sell. Thank you for joining us, Cori. It is so lovely to have you here with us today.
Thank you so much to be here. And can you always say my blog name, because you said it with like such enthusiasm?
It's so funny you say that, because I remember someone else said it in the past and you complimented them on it. And I remember this, and I'm like, I'm going to say her blog name. Super awesome.
I just love it with like because I'm always like, it's Cori from Hey, Let's Make Stuff. I just get rolling through it. And now people are like,
it's an awesome blog. I love it. Hey, let's make stuff. It's so cool. It's so enthusiastic. It's the way it should be.
Exactly.
So starting with that, tell us what got you started in crafting. Why do you do this? Where did this love for it come from?
I've crafted my whole life. I have always been a crafty person. My mom is very crafty. She has an Etsy shop to this day where she sells purses, handmade bags that she makes. She taught me how to sew when I was little, and I was also obsessed with everything that probably girls are obsessed with in the 80s and 90s. Puff paint and spirograph and all of those sorts of things.
That's awesome. So your mother instilled the love of crafting in you.
Yeah.
And she still crafts today, right? You said?
Yeah.
Purses on Etsy. That's really cool.
Yeah. She just lives down the street, and she comes over to my studio to take photos of her purses. And
that's
great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yes. My mother is also an artist, And it's the same thing. She instilled that love of me really early on.
Yeah.
And she does it. She's a beautiful watercolor artist. She's probably listening. I love you, Mom.
Oh, that's
And
so nice.
it's really cool when we have that. We don't always have that. So when we don't have that, we have us to teach you how to do crafting.
Exactly. So yeah, so my mom taught me to sew when I was very young. And so I've known how to sew for years and years. And then I went to school for publishing. So I actually have a master's in publishing, book
Awesome.
publishing. And when I moved back to California, I used to live in California. When we moved back to California, I got into marketing, sort of publishing and marketing.
Right.
But on the side, I was making crafts. And so I started a blog, actually originally in 2003, which is, the olden days of the internet.
Yes.
And I was posting book reviews because I was doing a lot of publishing stuff, but then I started posting my crafts. It would be like, this is the whole blog post. It would be like a bad sort of Instagram filter picture, dark picture of a pot holder. And the whole blog post would be, I made a pot holder. The whole thing.
Well, back then, that's kind of just, it was really about reporting on what we did, right?
Exactly.
Like sharing our lives. Whereas now it's more about teaching and educating and inspiring.
Exactly.
So it's different. That makes sense.
Yeah. So I started posting my crafts, and in 2013, Cricut sent me a Cricut. Just showed up on my doorstep, and I was like, "What's?"
Oh, really? It just showed up on your doorstep?
It did, yeah.
Cool thing.
Yeah, they did a thing called Design Space Star, I think is what it was called. And they basically picked a bunch of new bloggers. Leah was actually in it as well. Picked a bunch of bloggers to sort of compete on what you could make with a Cricut.
Really?
Yeah, and I came in second twice.
Oh my gosh, that's real. I've never heard about that. That is so cool.
Yeah, I think it was 2013, maybe 2014, but it was right after the first Explorer came out. And from there, I was like, oh, I really love this machine because I really like designing files in particular. And so I actually quit my job right about that time in marketing to do blogging full time because I just loved being creative, and I just really love doing this. I get to craft all day. I get to write, which is another one of my passions.
I'm sure you have a degree in publishing. Of course it is.
It's perfect. So yeah.
Okay. Well, when did you become interested in selling crafts?
So I was selling crafts actually before I got a Cricut. So I had done all this sewing, and so I had opened an Etsy shop selling mostly, I was trying to sell a lot of things, but then my niche really kind of boiled down to selling like fabric pennants with names on them.
Oh, that's cool.
People would put
like
them on.
That you would drape across your mantle, or
Exactly.
like for a party.
A lot of for babies, you drape it across the crib for a cute photo, birthday parties, that sort of stuff. Lots of stuff for kids. And so I would take custom orders of those, but I kind of had it priced out like per flag, that sort of thing. So I had a pretty easy pricing system back then. And yeah, so I started doing that. And then once I got into Cricut, I started to get into more the digital space. And so, I still, obviously I love to craft. I craft by hand all the time, but for as far as me, I like to sell the digital things because they're just are a little bit easier for me. And we live kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and I don't love shipping things. So it's like, I don't want to have to drive a half hour to the post office.
Right. Yeah. And that's something we'll talk about for sure.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Yeah. So many people wonder where to sell their crafts, right? So just like you said, do you sell locally? Do you sell online? And does that change how much they're going to charge? So what do you think?
Yes, for sure. So when you're trying to price your crafts, and I do have a formula that we can talk about here in a little bit,
Okay, cool.
But I do think pricing your crafts for your area versus online, which is where anybody could buy, can really change how you may want to price your crafts. So I live in a fairly affluent area. I live north of Seattle. It's in Washington. We have a much higher cost of living here than a lot of other places. And so when I go to craft fairs here, things are expensive, and I expect them to be, right? I just expect to pay more than I would in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, right? And I think that's just because of the nature of the cost of living. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times people ask, in different Facebook groups, like, hey, what should I charge for this tumbler, without really thinking about their local community. How much money does your local community have? And I think that's just a really important question to ask yourself, because what I would charge for making a tumbler here in Washington is not what I would charge for making a tumbler in Iowa, where the cost of living is lower. And I just think that's really important to pay attention to.
It is. So what if you are selling like an Etsy where it's not local anymore, it's now, across the country or even worldwide sometimes.
Yeah, for that, I would use this formula that I have, but I would probably kind of split the difference because you have people in Seattle who can probably spend a little bit more money. And you have people in Cedar Rapids who might not be able to spend quite as much money, but may, if they really feel like they've connected with something you've made, like bump that price they might not pay at a craft fair a few dollars or whatever.
Yes. That makes sense. And that's also gives, to those people who might live in a place with a lower cost of living, that might mean it might be better, depending on a lot of factors, to sell online because you might be able to get a higher price for that thing. Of course, there's a lot of factors that go into that.
Right.
In fact, I think it's really easy for people to say, well, it cost me $10 for the materials to, let's say, make this tumbler. So I'm going to charge just a little more. Like I'm going to charge, I don't know, $12, right? But when we do that, we're really undercutting ourselves.
Yes.
Don't you think? Yeah.
Yes, completely. I think that that's one of the biggest things is that we don't value our own time. Our time is so valuable. Like we only get so much
Absolutely.
of it. Why aren't we charging for it? And I know it's difficult to feel like your time is valuable, especially if you're just kind of starting this on the side and you're like, oh, I just do it while I'm watching TV or, whatever. But like, it really matters. Like, I just don't want people undervaluing themselves. And then if you're selling tumblers or whatever, just using a tumbler as an example, if you're selling something at such a lower price, it devalues sort of the entire market. And it also makes people that think maybe you're selling a substandard product, which of course you don't want to be doing. You really want to like dial in your product before you, really start to sell it. And so I really think that calculating your time and not just all of your materials, but like it costs, there are other costs. Like I have to keep these lights on, right?
Yes, you do.
Like that's part of the money that I make. It like keeps my lights on. And so, I can say, the tumbler cost me $10 to all the materials, but am I also thinking about how much I want to make, how much it costs for all these other things, new equipment, like all of the other things that you don't think of when you just think of the supplies to make the tumbler.
Right. Yes. So of course that leads into, you mentioned a formula for pricing things. So
I do.
Do you have a formula and how does it work?
And I'm going to refer to my paper here because I really don't want to like mess it up and I don't have it memorized. So when you're calculating all of these things, and we'll go through an example because I have an example in my book here, so that you can actually see how this works. But you start with calculating your supplies. So that is truly calculating your supplies. So let's say you want to make infusible ink mugs to sell made with your Cricut, right? Okay. So you're going to, and you want to do a hand lettered design. So that's the example I have here. You hand lettered a design to then put on a mug so that you can sell it at a local craft fair. So you want to start with the pen you use to hand letter. You want to start with the paper you hand lettered that on. You need to start with the actual transfer sheet, your mug blank, the heat resistant tape you're using, and the butcher paper. So those are
butcher paper.
Butcher paper. Gotta use your butcher paper, right? So you have actually 6 things here, and you're probably like, well, I don't need these every time. Like, how do I calculate how much 3 pieces of tape cost? Well, this is when you just start to like calculate out. You keep like a little tally sheet of about how much tape you used per mug, and then how long it took you to use that whole roll of tape. And then you can say, okay, it cost me about 1 cent to use the tape, or whatever it is, which is important. That 1 cent adds up, right?
Totally, it does.
Right? It really does. Okay, so then you can keep track of all of these things: tape, butcher paper, all of these things. Like, just start like a little running tally. And this, you don't have to do this forever, because after a while you'll know, okay, I need 2 sheets of butcher paper. The butcher paper costs however much. You can add that into your final price, and it's just going to be cents. It's not going to be massive amounts, but those cents really do add up. And then you want to calculate your time. So you can say, and you don't have to pay yourself extravagantly if you don't want, but don't pay yourself 50 cents an hour, right? Like, say it takes you,
definitely not,
right? Say it takes you an hour to make a mug, because you did all the hand lettering, and then you had to transfer that into your computer. You had to then cut it, weed it, put it on the mug, press it, wait for it to cool, all these things. Plus, if you're shipping, you probably want to put in packaging time and all of that in there as well. Right. And then decide what you want to make per hour. Maybe that's $10 per hour. Like it doesn't have to be a ton, but you do really want to calculate that in. And you'll notice you'll get faster the more things that you make. Right. And you won't, and if you're using, say, a hand lettered design, you don't have to calculate that time in every single time, right? You can kind of just like, oh gosh, amortize it. I don't know if that's the right word.
Yes, use that fancy word, amortize it.
Amortize it out over the number of mugs you plan to make of that design. And I mean, a lot of this is just kind of, going with your gut of like, okay, I'm probably going to make about 20 of this design. Let's make it this much per hour, just feeling it out. But you really can get a pretty good sense of how much you need to be charging for these things. And then third, after you've calculated your supplies and you've calculated your time, you need to calculate your markup because you can't sell things at cost. You just can't, because you will get so burned out if you are not making any money, or God forbid you're losing money, right? That is just like, why are we even doing this if we're losing money, right? So even if you're just breaking even, that's just a recipe for like burnout and
totally
an unhappy crafting situation. Nobody wants to be unhappy when making crafts. So for markup, this is going to be like a lot of your profit, right? And you may think like your time is your profit, but you're paying yourself for your time. That's not necessarily profit. You're paying yourself back for the work that you did.
That's right. That's right.
Off of that, you make profit.
Right.
That can be anywhere from 20% to 60%, depending on what you're selling, where you live, that sort of thing. Okay. So, and that profit also can help keep the lights on and do all those other things. There's money built
other costs there, right?
In your business. Exactly. Okay. And so and then you need to calculate shipping costs if you're shipping. If you're doing something locally, not, but then you do need to add your shipping costs in. People expect to pay money for small businesses. We're not Amazon. Like they expect us to charge for shipping. Do your research and find the best shipping solution. A lot of times going to your local post office and shipping things one-off is not your best bet.
Best way to do it, right? Yeah.
There are ways to ship that are much cheaper using different shipping programs. So I don't do a lot of that right now, but I do know that you can ship much more cheaply than just doing a one-off to the post office. So definitely look into that. Okay. I'm going so fast. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. You're awesome. Okay. Go for it. Keep going. Okay.
All right. So let's take this infusible ink mug, and I have it all priced out here so that you can actually see what this looks like. So I calculated out all these costs. So depending on how much you use this pen, this pen is going to cost you 2 cents to hand letter this particular design. The paper you hand letter it on is going to cost you 2 cents. The infusible ink transfer sheet is going to cost you $1.50. The mug blank is going to cost you $1.90 because you're also buying in bulk. That's another thing that I think is really important is narrow down your niche, and then you can buy in bulk for shopping. That's another thing that is really important. And if you can get a wholesale or a reseller license, then you can buy things wholesale. Also makes things a lot cheaper. So your mug blank is $1.90. Your heat resistant tape is 10 cents, and your picture paper is 19 cents, which means the total cost of the supplies for this mug is $3.73. Okay, well, you're not going to sell a mug for $3.73. We can make some profit on this.
All right.
Let's say it takes us 45 minutes to hand letter the image, scan it, print it, and add it to the mug using a mug press. That means, and we want to make $10 an hour. That means our time to make this mug was $7.50. So when you add the cost of your supplies plus the cost of your time, you get $11.23. You could add the following markups to your mug, right? So if you add 20%, it's $13.48. If you add 35%, it's $15.16. And if you add 50%, it's $16.84. So then once you kind of have a price range of where you could be, you can then go online or go to local craft fairs and see what other people are doing. You're not copying, you're just seeing what's the range that people are selling these things for based on what I've made and the quality of my product. And the, what's the word I'm looking for? The like what makes your product different? I can't think of what that is, like product differentiation, I guess.
Yes. What differentiates you from the others who are doing it? Yes.
Right. So say you make teacher mugs, right, for teachers, which I think is a great niche. Make teacher mugs, and inside your mug, you include a pack of pencils and a little gift card holder you made with your Cricut, so the person can also include a gift card for their favorite teacher.
Cute. Right? I love that.
Good idea. Idea. That means you can charge a little bit more, and obviously you would calculate all the supplies into your cost, but that value adds value to the product. So yeah, so you can start looking around and saying like, oh, you know what? I could actually probably hit that 35% markup based on what I'm seeing. Or, oh, I think I'm only going to get a 20% markup out of this. It looks like this is about where it is. If you're like, oh, I'm way over what everybody else is selling, you should rethink your product.
Right. Yes. Because otherwise you might not sell any at all.
Right.
So yes, that market research is so important, I think.
Really important. And I think that then you can also test your prices. So you can, start with that 35% mock-up. If you have a ton of people buying, throw that price up a little bit. And if you have fewer sales, maybe knock it down a bit. Again, make sure you're still making money, but maybe it's too high for your area. Maybe it's too high for the website you're trying to sell on. Maybe your product just isn't connecting with people in some other way and it's not due to the price.
Right. Yes. Yes, I agree with that.
So,
all right. Well, how about digital products like SVG cut files? How do you price those?
So this I feel like is a much looser pricing scheme. And I find it really difficult because as somebody who creates SVG files, I'm competing with people who steal SVG files and post them on Etsy at no dollars, right? 50 cents for 5,000 cut files. And you're like,
oh, I know. I've seen those. And I'm like, yeah, I bet you made all those yourself.
I bet you made all those yourself. I bet they're really crummy traced copies and people are going to be.
Right.
So it's a little bit harder to kind of price digital products, I think. This is where I tend to do more comparing to what other people are doing. So I've got digital products. I sell my SVG, sublimation, laser files, all for $250. I don't say that that is my biggest income generator that I have, but I also don't put as much effort into promoting that as I do a lot of other things. I also have ebooks, and those I do kind of look at what other people are doing. Am I in this similar range? I'm not trying necessarily to outprice anybody because one, I think a rising tide lifts all boats. I really feel like I
agree that it does. Totally.
There's enough pie for all of us. You can have a Cricut ebook and I can have a Cricut ebook, and people are going to learn different things from both of us. And that's totally fine. Mm-hmm. So I'm not out here to be like, I'm going to outprice Jennifer Maker. Like that's not, not at all the plan, right? It's more just like, what do I think the value is of my product? And what do I think people might pay for it? If it was me, what would I pay for it? And for like things like my SVG files, I think my SVG files are fairly, they're much more bright and colorful than a lot on the market, right? So I have a much more bright and poppy sort of happy style, and there's a lot of farmhouse out there, which is great. Farmhouse is great. If that's what you love, that's great. But if you're looking for something that's specifically kind of my style, my shop should be able to give that to you versus trying to copy everybody else too. I try to,
So that speaks to branding so that you can find the feel and the look that works for you and the people that like to buy from you, and you stick within that, right?
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. And then they can keep coming back to you because they're like, Cori's got that. I know she'll have that. So, and that's a good thing. We want them to do that.
Exactly.
Right? And they'll know all over the place, making all different things of all different types. You're not going to get that sort of, you're not going to position yourself in that spot where people be like, she knows this thing and she's my go-to girl for this thing.
Yeah. If you're looking for like just bright, poppy, exciting SVGs that are really colorful compared to a lot of the market, you'll get it from me. But if you're looking for Joanna Gaines, don't come to me.
Yeah, I mentioned this, I don't remember where, but I don't do snarky crafts, right? So if you're looking for that, you won't ever find it with me. I don't like
but somebody will, right?
Totally not my thing, right? So but other people do those really well, right? And that's they're like, you can totally go so that is positioning yourself within your market, because then they'll know, well, I know to go there to get those, right?
Yeah, I always say a brand is like a promise, right? When you create a really good brand, and I worked in marketing and branding. That was one of my jobs at the marketing company, was branding. So when you create a good brand, it's like a promise. You're telling somebody, this is what I will give you, if you follow me or buy from me or whatever. Right. And you just continue to deliver on that promise. If then all of a sudden, I remember I tell this story sometimes. There was a fairly well-known, I think it was like a home and garden account, and they posted like a wound. It was like a very gross picture, and it was meant to go to their private account, and it went to their
accident.
Yes, it was accidentally posted to the wrong account. And they
Oops.
broke that brand promise so quickly I'm sure they lost people because it was truly like, ugh, like I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So unfollow. And immediately they stopped, they posted an apology, they took it down and they were like, we're so sorry, but they had not promised that they were going to give us, they were like, we should give you mid-century decor or whatever it was. And instead we got pretty gross pictures. And they kind of broke that promise. And so I feel like that's a very, that goes way down the path, but it does show that like, you know what you're going to get from a brand that, or a crafter that makes the same thing really well over and over again. You can trust that they're just going to keep doing that. Whereas if they're all over the place making signs and mugs and sewn products and this and that for whatever, it's really hard to know what you're going to get.
Right. I so agree with that. Absolutely. So what do you think about testing prices in order to find the best price point, as in actually putting it out there at that price and then seeing what happens?
I think it's a good strategy. I feel like a lot of people get kind of like nervous, like, oh, what if somebody bought it for more and then I lower the price? People are not looking that close, to be perfectly honest. I have changed the prices of my ebooks and my course and all these things so many times, and I've gotten maybe 3 emails and then I refund the $2 or whatever, and for me, that's how I usually go about it, because I want a happy customer. I don't want somebody being angry they spent $2 more on it than it's currently worth. But for the most part, people don't come back and look, and they're happy with the product. And I don't get mad when I buy something at Target and then I see it on sale later. I just go, all right, it's life.
Right. Yeah. You can't be upset just because like the ravioli was $2 today, and when you go back tomorrow, it's $1.50. This is normal.
This is normal.
This is totally normal. And I will see people do that, but like that is also price testing, whatever. And it's important. And it's better to find the right price, because you're able to serve more people that way, like help more people at the right price point. So like, I am all about that. I will test everything all the time, all the things I do. And I absolutely think that you should try it out. If either it works or it doesn't. And there's something actually to be said about a price being too low. If you price something too low, the perceived value of it also drops. When it's higher, they'll be like, oh, this must be really cool and worth it. Of course, you want it to actually be really cool and worth it, not just priced as if it was. But if you have something that's amazing and you put a lot of work into it, and then let's say it's not moving out, right? So you price it down just to kind of get it out there. You're doing yourself and everyone else really a huge disservice, because they're not going to value it, and the other people who are selling it have a problem now too. So
Yeah, I think it's really hard when we have to like compete. Again, I don't really like that word, but it's very hard to compete when people are pricing things so low that like I just things like those SVG files on Etsy. I'm like, what am I going to do here? Like, I can't sell 5,000 SVGs for 50 cents because I don't have 5,000 SVGs.
Right. I know, right?
I've got 2,000 really high quality SVGs, but I'm not going to sell them for 50 cents.
For 50 cents, right? No, that's not going to happen.
I think that's true, but I do feel like education is really helpful. Like, I talk a lot in blog posts about the quality of SVGs in particular, about how they're made, how somebody who's just copying another file is probably turning a JPEG into an SVG, and it's going to be a crummy cutting.
It's not going to cut out well at all, and you're going to be frustrated. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So, you're paying a little bit more for my cut files, but you're also getting a high quality file because I understand, 1, how Illustrator works, and 2, how a cutting machine works.
Right. And
the knowledge of those 2 things together means I can create really cuttable files.
That's right. And that is actually a really important point. So when I have a course called Cut Above, where I teach people how to make SVG cut files. And it's those who decide, not everyone wants to sell their stuff, but those who decide, I tell them how important it is to actually cut anything you design. It has to be cuttable. It has to not fail or have weird points that just won't cut. It's a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Those collections those haven't been tested.
Yeah. And you can also say the same about
possible to test like that.
Exactly. And I'm sure you have experienced this, because I believe we've even talked about it before, people selling Cricket books on Amazon or other sites that are just basically scraped versions of
Oh
people's
yeah, right.
blog
Yeah.
posts, and they use our photos and all these things. Then they sell
That's
them
right.
for $3, and we're over here
Right.
selling our well-edited original content for like
Right.
a
Yes.
reasonable price, and people are mad when they get the lower price
Right.
ebook, and you're like,
I like to say you get what you pay for. So if
You
you're
really
not
do.
paying for a lot, you shouldn't be expecting a lot.
I completely
It's that simple.
agree.
I just use that advice for everything in my life,
Yep.
right?
It
If I
works.
got it free, then it's probably not great. It's just the
Right.
truth, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so now the question that we are all dying to know about is sales tax.
Sales
So
tax.
exciting, I
It's
know,
a
right?
riveting topic.
I know, right? Okay, so
Okay.
how do you collect sales tax?
So this is a good question. If you're selling physical products, I think you can set it up within your payment processor, like even at your point of sale, within, like, say you're selling at a craft fair, you need to look up your local sales tax. So physical products almost always have, you need to collect sales
Absolutely.
tax,
That's right.
and you need to remit it to the
Right.
state. It's different on digital products, which I'll talk about in a minute, but for physical products, you do need to collect that sales tax. You are legally required to remit sales tax. And you can say, well, it's not that much, but the government can come after you for it. Like, I
We don't want that.
I don't want you to get in governmental legal trouble, right?
Mhm.
And yes, it's a pain in the rear to set up sales tax remittance. I've done it now, and it's not the most fun. If you have a CPA or something like that, they can help. But like when I moved here to Washington and I needed to set up a new system, the Department of Revenue was actually incredibly helpful. I was just shocked
Nice.
at how helpful they were for me to set up a sales tax collection. So reach out to your local small business administration, your chamber of commerce, your Department of Revenue, whatever it is. There are people there to help you do this correctly. So don't just say like, oh, it's too hard or it's too little. Like, get it set up properly so that if for some reason one of your products takes off and you're selling a lot of it, like,
Right. You're all
actually
set and no one is going to come after you.
Exactly.
For sales tax that you have to then figure out what to do about. Totally.
Exactly. So that's selling locally. And if you're selling on somewhere like Etsy, I believe they collect the sales tax and remit it. Great.
Which is awesome.
If you're selling digitally, and I've learned this from experience, it changes state to state.
Oh
So
my
when
gosh.
I lived in California, there was no digital tax, or was no tax on digital products. So I could sell whatever I wanted, didn't have to collect sales tax. Brilliant, loved it. Moved to Washington, have to collect sales tax. And so basically on every product I sell to someone in Washington, I have to remit sales tax. So basically Shopify will do this for you. If you have a Shopify shop, there's other companies that will do this for you. You can just basically say like, turn on sales tax in Washington, and it collects what it thinks is the right sales tax. And it does an okay job. Then at the end of the year, I download all of my transactions, filter them out by Washington, and then I enter all of those individually into the Washington State website, which, let me tell you, is a pain because you have to check each, like it goes by county. So it's like Pierce County, I had $12 of sales in Pierce County, and then it tells me how much I owe in Pierce County, King County, and so you have to go through all the counties for all the transactions you made. I do it once a year. It's not my favorite day, but I do it. Then, if you hit a legal threshold in another state, which I'm sure Jennifer Maker knows about, you hit a legal threshold in another state, you have to remit sales tax to that state as well.
Right. It's called
Now,
Nexus when you
It's
do
called
that.
Nexus.
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
And so Nexus is a lot. And so it may be that you would never get there, and that's
Right.
fine because it is very high. It's generally $100,000 or 200 sales.
Right.
So you have to, so for me, Illinois is one. So sell enough in Illinois, I have to sign up to remit sales tax there on my digital products. Jen, I'm sure you have many other states that you have to.
Yeah,
remit
it's like a
as
whole
well.
thing. Like
Yeah.
I have actually gotten to the point where we hire someone to do it for
Yeah.
us because it's just so.
I'm
there's so
not
many
quite at that
states.
point, but I'm sure I could get there. And then I'm like, oh, I do not want to figure this out for every individual
Yeah,
state. And every
right,
individual
but-
state is different.
Yes,
Like-
it is. It is. Every individual state is different and it can get very complicated. So,
Yeah.
so as you scale up, you need to pay attention to things like that. That is really
Exactly.
important point. Absolutely.
Yeah. And sometimes it's in a year, like in the last 12 months in a year or in a calendar year. Sometimes it's less or more. Some states don't have it. There is a great thing if you're selling through Shopify, which I recommend. I really like Shopify.
Me too.
If you're selling through Shopify, it will calculate Nexus for you and tell you when you have crossed the threshold.
Yes. It'll be like, oh, you are now should be selling. It's done that for me for you. You've made enough or whatever. You're selling enough in this state. You should be collecting sales tax.
Yep, exactly. So if you're just selling at a craft fair,
Shopify is a great platform. It will, like, you can turn it on state by state, and it'll. It's really nice. I really like that. They've come a long ways, actually. It didn't used to be that way.
Yeah,
that's
and it's really
a feature.
It's really important to remit that sales tax too, because what it will do is it will charge Betty in Schenectady sales tax, and it will give you that money. Mm-hmm. And if you don't remit that money to the to the state, you've committed tax fraud.
Right. So you take it seriously.
Yes, you should take it seriously, because you are sitting on other people's, or you're sitting on government money basically. And I know we don't want to remit our sales tax, but we have to. That's what we get for living.
So using something like Etsy can be helpful then, because it's different. Like I kind of think of it as like a sliding scale. So there's like selling locally in your state, and then you're moving up to something like Etsy, where they're calculating the sales tax and remitting it. And then you go to Shopify, and that's really like having your own storefront that you're selling locally to. And you got to do, it's like you're putting on the big pants and you're doing the big stuff then. And you can like ramp up. You don't have to start there. You can start back here and do baby steps.
Totally. And, I followed that exact path. I sold at craft fairs when I was sewing, and then I opened an Etsy shop, and now I sell on Shopify.
Yep. It's totally normal to take baby steps. I highly recommend it.
Yeah. And if you end up making $200,000 in one state or whatever, good for you. That's awesome.
Right.
And tell me about it.
Right. Now, I know you have many resources to help crafters make money with their crafts. And as you've mentioned, you've written several ebooks on this topic, in fact. So can you tell us more about them?
Yeah, I have 2 ebooks on making money. I have one that's specifically geared toward Cricut crafters, and I have one specifically geared toward sublimation crafting.
Which is awesome. That's like totally right in our wheelhouse for what we're doing.
Exactly. So they are in a lot of ways very similar. I'm not going to say like you should go out and get both of these books, because there is a lot of overlap. They're not all overlap, because I tell you in these books how to set up your space, those sorts of things, and what you need for Cricut crafting is very different than what you need from sublimation crafting, etc. But they are really helpful because they do go through basically all the questions you kind of need to ask yourself in the beginning. I touch on a bunch of points like registering your business, setting up a bank account, like all of those things. I can't go into super deep detail on those, because every state,
you could write a whole book about that. Trust me.
Everywhere's different, right? Like what I do here in Whatcom County, Washington is not going to be what somebody does in Florida. Like it's going to be a completely different setup.
Right.
So I basically just like look into these things. And again, Small Business Administration or local Chamber of Commerce can really help with those sorts of things.
Right.
EPA, those sorts of things. And then I talk about, where to sell. I talk about how to come up with a good product, how to value add product. I go into a little bit on branding, because I love branding. I'm actually working on a branding course, and I'm super excited about that as well.
Ooh, that's exciting. Branding is amazing. I love it.
It is like absolutely my favorite thing. And I'm not sure why I don't do that like full time.
You should.
I love it so much. Yeah, I love it so much. So there's a chapter on branding, which in this sense, I'm really talking about visual branding, because I think that we live in such a visual society and everything is online, that what you do should be cohesive. And again, that's like a promise, right? I mean, I can tell if I'm on Pinterest, I can tell without ever looking at any of the words that pin came from Jennifer Maker. Like, I just know, because you have very well branded, right? And so it's one of those things where it's like that name recognition, that visual recognition. So I talk a lot about that and how to carry that across your entire business, including one of the things that I think is really important is branding your actual products, creating a product line that is cohesive, that all goes together, that that you're not making 600 different patterns of things or all these different colors. But really trying to narrow down, like, this is my color palette, this is my style, these are my themes, those sorts of things, because then you can buy in bulk. Like, I have this giant craft space here. It's 600 square feet. It's large, but I have like 8 colors of paper because everything I make with those colors of paper. Yes. And that way, everything I make fits within my Instagram feed and looks really good on my website. And so.
Totally. And like, so when you go to your blog, you see that all of your imagery, it all goes together. It has the same happy, positive feel, which I love. You're awesome at branding. And it really, really makes a difference because I get a sense for you right away about what you are about and everything. It just feels good, right? So I mean, maybe someone who's just into like other things won't get that feeling, but you're attracting those people who are aligned with you when you do branding like that. And that is really important, I think.
I think it is really important. And I think that means that I have grown an audience that sticks with me like you have, right? They're an audience that knows what to expect. I also in the book give some tips on photography because I know that's really difficult for people starting out with small businesses. But I am a firm believer that this is a good enough camera for you.
Oh, totally. I use my phone all the time.
All the time?
All the time.
And I give you tips on making your photos better. I am a 100% proponent of edit. And so I give you some tips to do that, including things like everybody's photos, like not everybody, a lot of people when they're starting out, their photos are too dark, especially because people dim the brightness on their phones. And so they end up extra dark. So I tend to expose a lot of my photos just so that they show up nicely on mobile devices.
Me too. I call it, I have this word in my head, I call it light and bright.
Light and bright, exactly.
It feels better. I don't know why, but that is something over time. But in the beginning, a lot of people don't get that, right? But
exactly.
And
they're a little afraid, like, does it look like what it's supposed to look like? It will, like, especially if your people don't ever use their phones at full brightness. So so I talk about that. I talk about setting up your craft space. I'm trying to think of what else is in the book. But it really does go through, it has the whole section on pricing. So everything I talked about before is basically a chapter in the book. Awesome. It talks about inventory, buying in bulk, all of those sorts of things as well. I think it's a really helpful resource for people who are just trying to get to figure out where to start, because it is hey, a friend wants me to make a tumbler. How much do I charge for that? Oh gosh, I have to order for 10 tumblers. Okay. And then you get a little panicky and you're like, could I do this? Could I make this into a business? And you just don't know where to start. And so I hope my ebook will help people, kind of get a better sense of what's needed to get started.
Yeah. So your ebook sounds so useful for anyone out there who would like to make a little extra money, which I really think we could all use, especially this year. So you can get all of Cori's ebooks with the link that you see on your screen. It's over at heyletsmakestuff.com. Also, we're going to be awarding one lucky winner, a copy of How to Make Money with Cricut and a copy of How to Make Money with Sublimation, along with a $50 Amazon gift card right after this Lunch and Learn. So be sure to stay tuned to find out who won. Now, I know everyone is going to want to follow you for more of everything if they aren't already, because you're amazing. Like, seriously, they probably already do, because when we go to Google and search on something, there you are with the answer. It's amazing. I love it. Anyways, but just in case someone doesn't know about you, what is the best place to follow you?
I think probably YouTube. Well, I'm trying to build my YouTube, so I'd love people to follow me there. So it's Hey, Let's Make Stuff on YouTube. And then Instagram would be the second place that I'm generally very responsive on Instagram.
Yes.
Don't come to me on Facebook.
I noticed that you're working on your YouTube channel, which is awesome. So everybody go check out her YouTube channel and give her some views and some likes. Give her some love, really, because YouTube is fun. It's a lot of work though. So
a lot of work. And
we need all the support we can get.
We do. And I'm very much an introvert. I don't love being on camera. So
yeah, it's hard. I am introverted and very shy. So it's really doing this. I do this because I want to reach people, but it's not like my natural state. I'm just right. So this is a thing, and people showing the love for you is a big deal. So
it means a lot to me.
Cori, it was such a pleasure to chat with you today. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences and wisdom with us. I had so much fun. I love this. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Isn't Cori amazing? And Cori, thank you so much for joining our chat and answering everyone's questions. I love that you did that. You are awesome. All right, so it is now time for us to change to our afternoon live stream. I'll be giving away Cori's ebooks then, along with several other awesome prizes, but I need everyone to go over to our new live stream. We break it in half because otherwise the technology breaks if we don't. So I'm going to put up the link. It is at jennifermaker.com/Saturday afternoon. You will be able to go right over into it if you do that. Okay, so thank you. So definitely so I'm going to end this. It'll take me a few minutes to get the new live stream going. So just, hang in there. So if you go to that link and nothing happens, just hang in there. I'll be there in a minute. Okay. Are we all good on where to go? jennifermaker.com/Saturday afternoon. Yes. And then we'll continue our broadcast. So I would love everyone to follow me. Okay. So I forgot to add a little thing in YouTube to, actually, let me just check it right now while I'm yesterday I set up YouTube so that it would automatically go lead everybody into the other one, and I totally forgot that. So I'm going to try to do that right now to see if so bear with me while I do that. I just do a little computer thing, because if I can set it up so it takes you to the next one, I think that would be easier for everyone. So chat amongst yourselves for a moment while I do this. I don't know if it'll let me actually do it while we're live, of course, but you never know, right? You never know. Might start playing. Wait, I think I can do it. I think I can yep. I think I can. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, cool. So it should pop up with the Saturday afternoon link when this one ends. Let's hope that it works. If not, go to this link, jennifermaker.com/Saturday afternoon. And you can always also find us live anytime at jennifermaker.com/livestream. I will edit this link right now so you can see exactly what that looks like, because I can do this. So jennifermaker.com/livestream. That link will always take you to wherever our live video is at any given time. All right, time to end this one and start our afternoon one. I'll see you all